I'm the highest civilization in the universe. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Back to the Ground. This thing actually sprouted? Li Ming opened his eyes wide and stared at it closely, but the more he looked at it, the uglier his face became. When Li Ming mentioned the origin of this thing, he still remembered it clearly. When Li Ming was on Mars, Li Ming and Elias had been to Xiaoan Star together. Later, Elias died on Xiaoan Star, and Li Ming looted Elias's spaceship. Elias himself was a star raider, and there were naturally many strange items in his spaceship. The Liuanding was found by Li Ming on the spaceship, and the black object in front of him was the thing with the Liuanding. Li Ming just thought this thing was strange, so he kept it in the star capsule. However, after counting the many items on his body, I'm afraid that the only thing that can match the artifact needing is probably this thing in front of him. Such a thing as a divine artifact? Li Ming whispered and shook his head slightly, a little unbelievable. Li Ming's mind did not have any memory or cognition about the divine artifact, so Li Ming could not make an accurate judgment about the thing in front of him. Whether it is a divine weapon or not, put it away first. Li Ming said this lightly, and then put it back into the star capsule. The blue light flashed, and the item disappeared. Only the star capsule was left in Li Ming's hand. When he was about to put the star capsule away again, Li Ming suddenly paused, his eyes slightly turned, and then the energy in his palm gathered. The blue light flashed again, and another thing appeared under the blue light. This item was exactly what Li Ming found in the cave of the heart-shaking beast after killing it on the alien planet. It looks like an ostrich egg, with a hard shell and extremely strange. To hatch this egg, a lot of energy is needed. Li Ming cannot find out what will hatch out of it, but since it was found in the cave of the heart-shaking beast, it is likely to be the heart-shaking beast after hatching. Staring at this thing, Li Ming's right hand has unconsciously placed on his chin. After a groping, his eyes turned, and suddenly he thought of something, smiled slightly, and suddenly turned his right hand and a star bag appeared in his hand. Looking at the star bag in his hand, Li Ming activated his consciousness and put the egg into it. The blue light flashed again on his palm, and 7 crystals fell from the blue light in his palm to the ground. These crystals were not big, only the size of eggs, and they were mutant crystals. Mutated crystals are energy bodies naturally generated when the concentration of mutant energy reaches a certain level. Ordinary wild beasts only need ordinary mutant energy to become magic beasts. Li Ming wanted to put these crystals together with the egg, and then use the mutant energy to activate the hatching of the egg. Mutated crystals are colorful, and crystals of different colors naturally represent different mutant energies. Li Ming picked out 7 colors of mutant crystals. As soon as his palm activated the star bag, the 7 crystals were already collected in the star bag. Looking at the star bag in front of him, Li Ming had a lot of daydreams, but in the end he just shook his head slightly and put the star bag away. As for whether it can be hatched or what will be hatched, Li Ming didn't know, so it could only be an experiment. After doing all this, Li Ming slowly stood up, turned his eyes, and immediately looked in the direction of Moore and Walker. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an order was issued from his consciousness. "Let's go, we have to leave here." He didn't say anything, but this order had already entered the minds of the 2 beasts through their consciousness. Walker received the order and turned directly to Li Ming, but Moore showed dissatisfaction on his face, as if he hated being ordered around like this. If it was before, he would have dared to challenge Li Ming because of his identity as a star beast, but now it was different. Walker was also a star beast. If he angered Li Ming again, he would probably really suffer. With a look of reluctance on his face, but he had no choice, he walked slowly towards Li Ming with Walker. When the 2 beasts approached, Li Ming shook his cloak and took the 2 beasts in. After doing this, Li Ming flew back from the cave, entranced to the passage outside. After looking around, Li Ming continued to walk away along the passage. Continuing forward, the passage also changed dramatically, sometimes ups and downs, sometimes winding and twisting. Li Ming just kept moving forward and didn't care. After taking 3 more secret barrier pills, Li Ming's feet stopped. At this time, Li Ming was right below a well hole, and there were still multiple passages in front of him. Li Ming raised his head slightly and looked at the well hole outside. Compared with the darkness inside the passage, the dark light outside seemed extremely bright at this time, but Li Ming did not rashly fly from the hole to the ground. His eyes turned, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly, and whispered, "Okay, let's try the effect of the flying dragon first." As he spoke, Li Ming's right hand turned over, and the palm of his hand flashed with green light. The hazy green light was like a night light, but after a few seconds, the green light condensed, as if a huge marshmallow was squeezed into a small piece. Above Li Ming's palm, a green dragon kept circling and dancing, and the hole was crystal clear, like a jasper. Looking at this object, Li Ming smiled with satisfaction. His eyes suddenly narrowed, his expression concentrated, as if he was exerting force. With this action, the jade green dragon immediately turned into a beam of green light and shot out, rushing straight into the sky. It flew straight into the sky along the well hole, and after a flash, the green dragon flew out of the well hole and came to the sky above the ground. The small green dragon swayed its figure, and the green light on its body was like silk, shooting out. Li Ming, who was in the well hole, opened his eyes a little, hummed lightly, and showed a little smile. At this time, the situation on the ground above was already in Li Ming's eyes. On both sides of the ground, there were long mountains, and there was no magic beast. The terrain here was also very different from the terrain in the huge meteorite crater. Obviously, this was already the mountain area on the outer edge of the meteorite crater. After confirming that it was safe, Li Ming moved and floated to the top of the well hole. This scene also reminded Li Ming of what he had seen on Earth. At the beginning, Li Ming found an alien spaceship with technological civilization in the no man's land. Although the spaceship was deep underground, it could see all the situations on the ground. Obviously, to reach this level, not only advanced technological civilization, but also spiritual civilization can be achieved. After a moment, Li Ming's figure slowly flew out of the well hole. His eyes turned slightly, and he couldn't help whispering, "This flying dragon is really useful." Not only is the effect powerful, but the flying dragon does not consume too much energy. It is practical and convenient. Li Ming's eyes shifted slightly, and looked at the flying dragon still in the air. He squinted again, and controlled it with his consciousness. The flying dragon seemed to be Li Ming's eyes, and it was a movable eye. Under the urging of Li Ming's consciousness, the jade flying dragon flashed with green light and flew away. Li Ming's figure slowly fell back to the ground, and walked away along the mountains. With that eye, Li Ming would find any abnormalities around him in time, and naturally it would be much safer. As he continued to move forward along the ground, Li Ming was also thinking about how to leave. If he wanted to completely leave the alien planet, he would need a spaceship that could be used for teleportation. The spaceship that Li Ming came with was damaged, but he was not sure how damaged it was. Li Ming could only find the spaceship first and see what happened. Thinking this way, Li Ming had already walked along the mountain range towards the direction of his spaceship. Although the spaceship was damaged, the sensor could still find the approximate location of the spaceship, so it would not be that difficult to return there. As soon as he made this decision, Li Ming paused, stopped where he was, and looked in a certain direction of the mountain range with his eyes rolling. The flying dragon in the sky had already noticed the movement in the distance. Deep in the mountains to the left of Li Ming, a round spaceship was motionless on the ground. From the outside, the spaceship was relatively intact, with no obvious damage, and its size also met the characteristics of a teleportation spaceship. This spaceship is. Li Ming showed a puzzled look, and then turned around, and headed straight for the spaceship. Before his figure arrived, the flying dragon had already reached the sky above that area, and some new information appeared as the flying dragon's perspective changed. Not far from the spaceship, two aliens were fighting with more than a dozen magical beasts. The magical beasts were all 8th level civilizations, including flying dragon beasts and butterflies. There were also various kinds of magical beasts on the ground. The two aliens were 9th level and not unfamiliar. They were Bean and Baal, who had previously chased Li Ming. The two had joined forces with Abner to take back the Dark Spirit Flute, but the Dark Spirit Flute had already been refined into dark energy by Li Ming's star furnace. The flying dragon transmitted all the situations of the two to Li Ming in the air, as if Li Ming had seen it with his own eyes. These two guys? Could it be this spaceship is this? Li Ming whispered secretly, without stopping his feet. Chapter 227. It's time to leave, alien friend. At the top of the mountain, Li Ming paused and looked intently. A huge spaceship was right in front of him, but it was not clear whether the spaceship had the ability to fly and teleport. Looking at the distance, Bean and Baal were already in a mess because of the dozen or so monsters. Li Ming ignored the two and moved towards the spaceship below. The spaceship was nearly 100 meters long and wide, in a round shape, and was suspended in the air more than 10 meters above the ground. However, such a huge thing was like stopping on the ground at such a low altitude. Only when it was close could it be discovered that it was suspended in the air. Li Ming came to the bottom of the spaceship and looked up. There were occasional ripples on the surface of the spaceship. It was the energy shield. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, activated his wisdom eye ability, and raised his right hand to point at the spaceship. A beam of green light flew out from his palm. The green light was like a long line, shooting out, but before it touched the spaceship itself, it turned into waves and dispersed at the outer edge of the spaceship. It is indeed a complete spaceship, but Li Ming stared at the spaceship with a frown, and then he looked at the two aliens who were fighting hard in the distance. Although the spaceship was intact, Li Ming could not enter the spaceship through the energy shield without unlocking the password. If the two people in the distance were the owners of the spaceship, they could easily land on the spaceship. Thinking of this, Li Ming moved and flew to the location of the monsters. Li Ming's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the monsters. One of the butterflies seemed to have found something delicious and turned around and ran towards Li Ming. Li Ming glanced at the flying 8th level butterfly with contempt and waved his right hand. The electromagnetic wave had already condensed on his hand, and he waved it without waiting for the butterfly to get close. Whoosh, the electromagnetic wave flew out of his hand, and he felt a dazzling light radiating in all directions. The electromagnetic wave was like a small sun. A sharp sound of sizzle sounded, and Mengdi was instantly swallowed by the strong light. The dazzling light completely covered Mengdi's body, just like a sun exploding in the sky. After the light, Mengdi had turned into a corpse, falling rapidly from the air to the ground, and black smoke was coming out of its body. The strong light of the electromagnetic wave illuminated the sky and the ground, and all the monsters were immediately attracted, and kept making strange roars. Bean and Baal also looked towards the light at this time, but when they saw Li Ming's figure, they couldn't help but shrink their bodies and showed horror. Li Ming ignored the two, and waved his right hand again. Another ball of light condensed, but Li Ming did not throw it out this time, but continued to condense more energy into this ball of light. As the energy gathered, the light ball became brighter and brighter, but this brightness was different from the previous one. It was no longer dazzling, but like a piece of glowing white jade, bright but visible. All the attention of many monsters was focused on Li Ming at once, and the previous dazzling strong electromagnetic wave seemed to deliberately attract the attention of these monsters. Without waiting for the monsters to do anything, Li Ming aimed his right hand at one of the monsters and a beam of white light shot out from the light ball on his palm. The beam hit a flying dragon beast, and then the light flashed. The flying dragon beast was immediately startled, as if it was controlled by some force. It was difficult to move half a step, and could only flap its wings on the spot. The beam did not stop there. After a turn, it shot out from the flying dragon beast and hit the butterfly beast next to it. Then, the butterfly was also startled, and was bound in place. The beam then turned again, and hit a monster on the ground. After a while, the beam turned and all the monsters were bound. From a distance, it seemed as if the electromagnetic beam released by Li Ming was refracted after shooting at the monsters. Almost instantly, all the monsters were bound. Li Ming snorted coldly at this, and suddenly clenched his right hand. The light spots on the monsters suddenly exploded, and the light scattered from the monsters like a sharp blade. Various tragic howls followed. After the monsters struggled for a while, they stopped moving, and fell to the ground, or fell from the sky with black smoke. The originally noisy area suddenly became quiet, and all the monsters died. Only Bean and Baal stood there, and looked at each other, but their eyes looking at Li Ming were full of fear. Killing more than a dozen 8th level monsters in an instant naturally meant extraordinary strength. After all, these were monsters, not wild beasts. Li Ming's figure floated slowly, and his body flashed. A green light emerged. The green light was like a flame, and in the blink of an eye it had expanded to cover the entire nearby area. The green light was like a mist, not only containing energy, but also a manifestation of powerful mental power. As the green light covered, Li Ming's figure slowly moved forward, until it stopped in front of the two aliens. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he had noticed through the ability of his wisdom eyes, that this spaceship belonged to the two people in front of him. In front of his wisdom eyes, the information in the two people's minds was completely under Li Ming's control. After Bean and Bali looked at each other, they shrank in fear and took 2 steps back. It was obvious that the two were full of fear of Li Ming. Compared with those monsters, Li Ming's threat was naturally greater. Li Ming said nothing. His expression was concentrated, and the green light released from his body had already wrapped the bodies of the dead monsters. From a distance, the flowing green light was like water flowing towards the monsters on the ground. Under the effect of the green light, the monster opened its mouth slightly, and a white bead slipped from its mouth. All the dead monsters were like this. Bean and Bali saw this action, but the two did not understand the intention. After the monster spit out the bead, the green light slowly faded. At this time, the green light, like a soft big hand, wrapped the white bead and returned to Li Ming's side. The green light was taken back into Li Ming's body like green smoke, and the white bead soon disappeared, which was collected by Li Ming. After doing this, Li Ming's expression eased, and his eyes turned, and looked at the two people in front of him again. That spaceship is yours, right? Although he knew it in his heart, Li Ming still asked with a knowing look. Baal had seen Li Ming's power, and his timid figure shrank back when he saw Li Ming, and his eyes kept turning to Bean. Although Bean had not fought with Li Ming before, he had also seen Li Ming's methods. Now he nodded slightly, and did not dare to say anything more. Li Ming smiled and hummed softly, saying, "In this case, let's go together. There are so many monsters here, it's not a place to stay for long." Hearing the meaning of Li Ming's words, but not quite understanding Li Ming's true intention, Bean looked back at Baal, nodded again, and replied, okay. So saying, Bean walked carefully towards his spaceship, and Baal followed closely behind, his eyes occasionally looking at Li Ming in the air. A moment later, with Li Ming following, Bean and Baal came to the bottom of the giant spaceship together. The spaceship was very close to the ground, and did not directly contact the ground. Looking up at the spaceship in the air, Bean could not help but turn his eyes to Li Ming. Li Ming smiled lightly, and did not speak. Bean did not dare to hesitate anymore. He raised his right hand, and pointed at the spaceship above. A beam of light shot out from his fingertips. The beam did not hit the spaceship, but spread out on the surface of the spaceship half a foot away. Then the spaceship trembled, as if a sleeping giant was awakened. Circles of ripples flowed on the surface of the spaceship, and a buzzing sound continued to enter the ears. After a few seconds, a strong light suddenly flashed at the bottom of the spaceship, just like a flashlight suddenly turned on. A beam of light 4 or 5 meters wide shone down from the spaceship. This beam of light is a energy ladder beam. As long as you stand in it, you will enter the interior of the spaceship under the action of the beam. After Bean and Baal took a look at the beam in front of them, their eyes turned to Li Ming, and they both smiled. Li Ming nodded and entered first. Seeing Li Ming enter, the two dared to follow him in. Then the three of them slowly rose under the action of the energy ladder, and finally the three figures disappeared at the bottom of the spaceship. There are many passages in the wide spaceship hall, just like the corridors on the floor. Each one leads to the various cabins of the spaceship. This is not the main cabin that controls a spaceship. After Bean looked around, he determined one of the passages. The main cabin is over here. Bean pointed with his hand, and said with a smile. Li Ming ignored him, and went straight into the passage. The spaceships of high-level civilizations have strong autonomous control capabilities. They can perform complex operations with simple commands. Once in the spaceship, Li Ming's sensing ability can obtain various information inside. Combined with the information in Bean and Baal's brains, Li Ming quickly understood the structure and function of the entire spaceship. After walking along the passage for a while, a door appeared in front of him. Li Ming glanced at the door, waved his right hand, and a beam of green light flew out from his fingertips. As soon as the green light hit the door, it turned into ripples and scattered. But a crisp bell-like sound was heard, and the green light completely covered the surface of the door like a green gauze. After 2 seconds, the entire door turned into nothingness and disappeared. Unlocking the door requires a command, which is different from the energy shield outside the spaceship. The energy shield needs to identify more information, and cannot be opened by command, such as fingerprint recognition or its gene recognition. Li Ming is very clear about these, but the interior of the spaceship is not difficult for Li Ming. As the door opened, Bean and Bull were startled, looked at each other, and opened their eyes wide. Only they themselves knew the order. How could they not be surprised when Li Ming opened it so casually? Watching Li Ming walk through the door and enter the main cabin, Bean and Bally did not dare to have any extra thoughts. If there was any luck before, it was gone now. When they arrived at the main cabin, Li Ming's eyes quickly fixed on the operating table in the middle. The operating table is the most important control center of the spacecraft, and it controls almost all the operations of the spacecraft. Li Ming paused slightly, and did not approach immediately, but turned around and said, "You two, get ready, we are leaving now." Chapter 228 Explosive Bomb. Bean didn't dare to neglect it, and walked quickly to the operating table, and then looked at Li Ming again. Li Ming didn't care, just stood quietly aside and said, "It doesn't matter where you go, as long as you leave the alien planet." Bean was relieved after hearing this, stretched out his right hand, and began to look for the transmission coordinates on the operating table. The blue light intertwined and flashed on the operating table, forming a starry sky picture, and the coordinates of the alien planet and the surrounding airspace began to emerge little by little. Li Ming's eyes turned gently, and he took in the situation on the operating table. The safety coordinates were obtained after the exploration of the universe and the stars, and they were the safety guarantee for the spacecraft to be transmitted. If you rashly transmit in an unknown airspace, there is a possibility of accidents. The safety coordinate record of a spacecraft, from a certain level, also indicates the use and activity rate of the spacecraft. The spacecraft of the Star Raiders is a spacecraft with this characteristic. The Star Raiders have no fixed station, and space is where they wander, so in terms of safety coordinates, they have the most comprehensive grasp. Bean stretched out his finger, and swiped on the blue operating table, and soon determined a coordinate. Before long-distance transmission, you must first leave the alien planet, and enter space, before you can perform long-distance airspace transmission. No spacecraft can complete long-distance space transmission directly on a planet. Li Ming said nothing, and looked back and forth on the operating table. Bean operated under Li Ming's gaze, and could only be cautious and extremely cautious, and occasionally looked at Li Ming's face. After determining the coordinates, Bean smiled at Li Ming and said nothing. Li Ming nodded slightly, and did not speak, but Bean seemed to have received some orders and hurriedly clicked on it again. A rumbling sound sounded, and the entire spacecraft trembled slightly. The transmission had been started, and the streamer flashed on the surface of the spacecraft. The behemoth disappeared directly after just shaking. Like a streamer on the surface of a mirror, the light passed through the surface of the spacecraft. The previous second, it disappeared from the mountains of the alien planet. The next moment, the spacecraft flashed in the outer space of the alien planet with the light. The teleportation is completed instantly. After leaving the alien planet and getting rid of its gravity, the spacecraft in outer space can also teleport over long distances. At this time, in front of the operating table in the main cabin, Bean turned his eyes to Li Ming again, smiled slightly, and said, "Now we are in space, where are we going next?" Li Ming ignored him. His eyes were fixed on the operating table. Blue light kept interweaving and flashing, and a large number of coordinates emerged little by little. These coordinates are nearby galaxies and airspaces. Li Ming's eyes kept turning, scanning every teleportation point. While Li Ming was observing these teleportation points, an H-type spacecraft in the outer space of the alien planet suddenly became restless. In front of the huge operating table, Hawk's eyes lit up, and his brows frowned slightly. Haskins on the side quickly stepped forward and said, "A spaceship has just been teleported from the alien planet." Hawk didn't say a word, but he had noticed this. After thinking for a while, he said, "This spaceship Haskins then clicked on the console, and detailed information about the spaceship emerged bit by bit. The appearance of the spaceship was exactly the spaceship that Li Ming and Bean were riding. After more information about the spaceship came out, Haskins showed a look of thinking something else. This is a spaceship of the Star Raiders. Haskins found some information about this spaceship from the information, turned his head, and looked at Hawk and said. Hawk naturally noticed this, his eyes narrowed, and he snorted contemptuously, saying, no matter what the origin is, before Lord Hatfield responds, any spaceship that leaves the alien planet must be destroyed. Yes. Haskins replied immediately. As soon as the voice fell, Haskins clicked on the console again, and an order for the spaceship had been issued, and then other low-level operators in the main cabin began emergency work. Energy shield detection of the other spacecraft. Attack mode scanning has begun. You can launch an attack at any time. One after another, prompts were being given in alien languages, and those low-level operators were just busy. Detection completed, scanning completed, attack locked, launch. A series of prompts were completed in just a few seconds. With the issuance of the last command, a cover suddenly opened on the top of the wing of the giant spacecraft, and a launcher slowly protruded out. The launcher was huge, 5 or 6 meters wide and more than 10 meters long, like a huge cannon barrel. As soon as it protruded out, it rotated on its own, until it locked a certain direction and stopped. After the cannon barrel stopped, a white light suddenly flashed inside, like a flashlight, that was suddenly turned on, and then a round black object flew out. This black object was like a cage woven with black metal. In the center of the cage was a ball of blue-white light. The ball of light was like a ball of liquid flowing back and forth inside, but it could not move violently under the wrapping of black metal. It was as if the powerful energy was locked by the black metal. As soon as the black object left the barrel, it accelerated its flight speed, like a cannonball leaving the barrel. The difference was that this object not only flew, but also flashed from time to time. Each flash was like a cross-space transmission, flashing in a flash. However, Li Ming was still looking at the coordinates in front of the operating table in the spacecraft. After some observation, he found several interesting places, which were also within the safe coordinates. After some thinking, Li Ming stretched out his right hand, pointed his finger at one of the coordinates and lightly tapped it. The position of the coordinate immediately changed. Only blue light flashed, and a new starry sky picture appeared. There was a star system near this coordinate. Looking at the information of the coordinates that Li Ming clicked on, Bean hurriedly said, Are you going here? Li Ming did not reply, but just watched quietly. As the coordinate screen opened, information about galaxies, planets, etc. gradually emerged. This galaxy is called the Bidded Galaxy. There are civilizations on 2 planets in the galaxy, one of which is the Bidded people and the other is the Abaddon people. There are some very unusual stories about this galaxy. All along, the Bidded Galaxy was originally called the Abaddon Galaxy. There was only one civilization in the entire galaxy, which was the civilization of the Abaddon people. The Bidded people migrated from other galaxies. The powerful Bidded people occupied the Abaddon star and renamed the galaxy to the Bidded Galaxy. The Abaddon people had no choice but to move to another habitable planet in the galaxy, which led to the existence of 2 civilizations in the galaxy at the same time. There are only these simple introductions in the coordinate information, and detailed information is not displayed. However, it is very rare for a galaxy to have 2 habitable planets at the same time, but Li Ming chose this coordinate for a reason. The Bidded Galaxy is the critical point between the central system and the outer system of the Milky Way. To enter the central system of the Milky Way with more abundant energy resources, the critical point is an obstacle that must be crossed. According to the information that Li Ming has already mastered, in order to break through the bottleneck of the 9th level civilization and enter the 1st level civilization, it is necessary to enter the central system as much as possible first, because the closer to the center of the Milky Way, the richer the energy resources, and the easier it is to advance. Therefore, this critical point is something Li Ming is extremely curious about. But just when Li Ming was attracted by the coordinates, an alarm suddenly sounded on the spaceship. Bean and Bull were startled, but they were also experienced, and immediately focused their attention on the operating table. Bean stretched out his hand and operated for a while, and an important information was revealed. The blue light on the operating table turned, and a radar map appeared. An unidentified object was flying towards the spaceship, and it was very fast. Li Ming was quickly attracted by the object, and couldn't help but say, "What is that?" Bean didn't reply to Li Ming immediately in panic, but continued to operate on the operating table. As the object approached, the information on the radar gradually became clear. This is spider explosive bomb. Bean's face suddenly became ugly. He looked up at Li Ming and couldn't help but look at Bull beside him. Li Ming's expression changed slightly and his face looked a little ugly. Li Ming knew about the blaster. This was a weapon that could break through the energy shield. Although the energy shield had a strong defensive capability, the shell metal of the blaster was made of special materials which could effectively circumvent the energy shield and attach to the target object. Then, it would locate and find a location to detonate. Seeing this, Li Ming did not wait for Bean and Baal to do anything else. He stretched out his hand and a green light shot out from his fingertips. It was a teleportation command. There was not much time to think now. The most important thing was to teleport away from here. As soon as the green light entered the operating table, it turned into a halo and disappeared directly. This teleportation command formed by the mental consciousness was the coordinate that Li Ming had seen before, the bidded galaxy. The command was delivered, and the energy in the spacecraft was quickly activated. The entire spacecraft trembled slightly. Looking at the changes in the spacecraft, Li Ming knew very well that the spacecraft was about to be transmitted to the destination he marked, but when he looked at the radar map on the console, Li Ming was still secretly praying in his heart, quick transmission. Not only Li Ming, but Bean and Bali were also praying in their hearts. After all, this was a matter of life and death. On the radar map, the blaster was still a certain distance away from the spacecraft, and the spacecraft had entered the transmission program. From a visual point of view, it was impossible for the blaster to reach the spacecraft before the transmission. Li Ming had been staring at this point, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. But at this moment, the blaster light spot on the radar map suddenly flashed and disappeared, which made Li Ming, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly open his eyes. Bean and Bali also looked at each other, not knowing why, but when the light spot appeared again, it was already next to the spacecraft. From the radar map, the distance was already above the spacecraft. Chapter 229, but it's star space. Swoosh, snap. The black metal passed through the space, and the energy shield of the spaceship where Li Ming was like a thin film, which was directly pierced by it. The black metal did not hit the spaceship directly, but was attached to the surface of the spaceship like a magnet. The metal strips on the surface of the object suddenly changed and turned into 6 tentacles to support the blue energy ball in the center. The energy ball emitted a faint blue light, and white arcs were jumping on the surface, which was the embodiment of powerful energy. At this time, the glowing energy ball began to move on the surface of the spaceship like a spider's head. The surface of the spaceship was flashing, and fine blue arcs kept passing through the surface of the spaceship, like layers of blue water waves. After a while, the spider transformed by the blaster arrived at the bottom of the spaceship, and then the 6 legs were quickly retracted. The whole blaster was attached to the spaceship like a blue light. From a distance, the blue energy ball was like a blue heart. With a slight beating, it not only became brighter and brighter, but also became larger and larger, as if it was about to explode. The spaceship's transmission program had already reached the end. Before the blaster bomb could continue to change, the entire spaceship disappeared with a muffled bang. At this time, in the distant Bidded galaxy, the planets were moving in an orderly manner. The airspace near Bidded suddenly rippled and flickered, and the zigzag light kept shining, as if there was an irregular water pattern spreading in the vacuum. It was like a hole in the universe, but the next second, this peaceful phenomenon was immediately interrupted. The entire space changed slightly, and the dark red flames first appeared. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and a spaceship wrapped in flames slowly flew out from it. The spaceship was seriously damaged, and the flames completely covered that area, as if there was suddenly a fireball in the universe. The spaceship appeared from that airspace, and the previous celestial phenomenon completely disappeared. Only the explosions that continued to occur on the spaceship could be seen. At this time, the spaceship was already shaky, and sparks were bursting in many places, as if it was about to disintegrate and shatter. Whoosh, whoosh. Two light sounds were heard, and two black dots shot out from the thick flames. They were two small lifeboats, but the appearance of the two lifeboats was completely different, as if they were not from the same spaceship. As soon as the two lifeboats flew out, the giant spaceship made another loud boom. This time the explosion was more powerful, as if a bomb in the center of the spaceship had been detonated. In just a moment, the giant spaceship was shattered and shot out to other airspaces. Along with the wreckage of the spaceship, the powerful waves formed by the explosion also spread out. The lifeboats that had not yet flown far were like leaves in the wind and flew far away. Li Ming was in one of the spaceships, and the lifeboat Li Ming was riding was Nebula number 6. This lifeboat was bought by Li Ming from the Shixing people when he was on Mars. Because it was not needed for a while, it was placed in the star capsule. At this critical moment, it was natural to take it out to save his life. Previously, the spaceship where Li Ming was hit by an explosive bomb. It happened that the spaceship successfully started the transmission when the explosive bomb was detonated, which caused the spaceship to be destroyed directly at the transmission target point. There was only one lifeboat on the spaceship. In order to save their lives, Bean and Bol could not care about Li Ming. They started the lifeboat urgently and left directly. In desperation, Li Ming could only take out Nebula 6 to save his life. In the shockwave formed by the explosion of the spaceship, Li Ming's Nebula 6 temporarily lost control, like a fallen leaf, drifting with the waves and swaying with the wind, completely losing self-control. Li Ming knew the danger of this situation. He stabilized his body and used his mental consciousness to forcefully control the spaceship. It was naturally impossible to use the kinetic energy of the lifeboat to change the flight trajectory, but Li Ming could try his best to adjust the direction of the spaceship by using the kinetic energy of the spaceship, which required the kinetic energy of the spaceship to be started and adjusted intermittently. After all, under the shockwave, the spacecraft has been seriously unstable, like a rolling stone flying fast, and at this time the kinetic energy of the spacecraft needs to be finely adjusted to gradually restore stability, which also requires the shockwave to be continuously weakened to achieve the effect. The strong spiritual civilization consciousness completely connects the spacecraft with the mind, which is the absolute advantage of spiritual civilization. Li Ming is now fully controlling the spacecraft with this ability, and the full performance of the spacecraft is also brought to the extreme by Li Ming. After flying for a long time, the spacecraft has gradually stabilized, which is the result of Li Ming's full control. This kind of control cannot be completed by manual operation or a command. It requires absolute control, as if the spacecraft is a part of Li Ming's body, and he can use it to the extreme at will. As the spacecraft tends to stabilize, the interior also becomes peaceful. Li Ming's figure is stable, his eyes turn, and he stares directly at the control console of the spacecraft. Unlike giant spacecraft, small spacecraft do not have an operating table, because its size limit and its own role limit its function, which is relatively simple, so it does not need a complex control program like an operating table. In front of the console, there was a small screen besides the simple spaceship controller. Because the lifeboat did not have the ability to transmit, there was nothing else on the screen except for the radar information. Li Ming stared at the screen with his eyes, controlling the lifeboat with his consciousness, and soon some information appeared on the screen of the console. The Bedite galaxy, Bedite star, was exactly the location that Li Ming had marked earlier, but at the moment, Li Ming was still some distance away from Bedite star. This distance could be reached by a single transmission for a giant spaceship, but it was a very long distance for a lifeboat like Li Ming. Unable to transmit, he could only fly forward. Bedite star in front of him was the only place Li Ming could reach. If he only relied on flying in the vast universe, it would take a long time. Even if he only flew out of a star system, it would be a huge consumption of energy and time. Li Ming had no choice but to calm down after falling into such a situation. After setting the coordinates of Bedite star, the spaceship had already started the automatic driving state. At this time, all Li Ming could do was wait quietly. Sitting down slowly in the cabin, Li Ming closed his eyes slightly. In his spare time, Li Ming could only pass the time by practicing the star books he mastered. At this moment, a giant spaceship in the Milky Way was approaching the Bidet galaxy. The spaceship was cylindrical in shape, like a flying stone pillar. The spaceship was hundreds of kilometers long and dozens of kilometers high. The speed of flight was slow, just like those cruise bays. In the cabin at the top of one end of the spaceship, the starry sky of the universe could be seen in front of the transparent window, as if there was only a window between himself and the universe. In front of the window, a 2-meter tall alien in armor was quietly looking at the distance without moving. The alien's head was like a tadpole, and the tadpole's tail was below, like a beard. The smooth head was slightly reflective, as if there was a layer of film, and there was a black helmet on his head, which was extremely weird. Just as the alien was concentrating on watching the starry sky outside the window, the door of the cabin, where he was suddenly beeped with a slight sound, and the original metal door flashed and turned into blue light, and then an alien walked out of the blue light. The alien looked similar to humans, but he looked like a robot. His whole body was shining with silver light and looked like metal, but the silver metal was somewhat like flesh, giving people a soft feeling. And behind this alien was a long sword, giving people the feeling of a silver swordsman. As soon as this person entered the cabin, the alien in front of the window noticed it, and his body did not move, but his eyes glanced back lightly. This time, the clearing and killing mission will be completed by you, Adriana. A rough male voice came out of the mouth of the tadpole-headed alien, with a steady tone, as if he was explaining something ordinary. The silver metal man named Adriana bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, Station Master McCree." The alien named McCree then turned around gently, looked at Adriana with his eyes, and said, "I hope you can gain something. When you come back, the next stop is Abraham Star." "Yes, Station Master." Adriana replied again, smiled slightly, turned around and left. On the top of the giant cylindrical spaceship, a hatch slowly opened. Although it was a hatch, it was about 1 kilometer long and wide. As the hatch opened, a faint light shone from it, which was insignificant to the entire spaceship and almost inconspicuous. A spaceship slowly flew out of the faint light, as if something was slowly rising. The spaceship was round and its appearance was also silver gray, like a disc. It rotated slightly as soon as it rose. After the spaceship reached a certain height, the hatch was then closed, and a layer of light passed through the surface of the circular spaceship. A light sound of hum was heard, and it disappeared from the spot with a bang. At the same time, in the outer space near Bidet, many spaceships were quietly approaching. These spaceships were of various kinds, and were getting closer and closer to Bidet. The Nebula 6 that Li Ming was riding was among them. Li Ming saw all of this through the radar of the spaceship. He didn't know which galaxies those spaceships came from, let alone which civilization they came from. But judging from the appearance of the spaceships, they were definitely not from the same galaxy. This situation gave people a feeling of a cruise bay. After all, only in the cruise bay would there be scenes of various spaceships gathered together. Li Ming was a little confused when he saw this. Bidet should be a planet controlled by the Bidet people. Why are there so many strange alien spaceships? Li Ming had some doubts in his heart, and as he slowly approached Bidet, Nebula 6 was also affected by its gravity. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 about the critical point. As a lifeboat, Nebula 6 is naturally not comparable to other spaceships. Just when Li Ming was paying attention to these giant spaceships, one of the black spaceships slowly approached Nebula 6. This spaceship is quite unique. It looks like a leaf and is brown as a whole, like a dead leaf. However, the spaceship is huge, more than 100 times larger than Li Ming's Nebula 6. The main cabin of the spaceship is full of plant-shaped aliens, who look similar to the Fuller people that Li Ming had visited before. One of the 7th level civilization aliens with a pomegranate-like head stood in front of the operating table and looked at the radar map. Li Ming's Nebula 6 was among them. What the hell is this little thing? Destroy it. The 7th level civilization alien just glanced at Nebula 6th and said disdainfully. A 6th level alien beside him nodded without hesitation and replied, yes. As he spoke, the 6th level alien stretched out his hand and pointed at the radar map, and Li Ming's Nebula 6th was immediately locked. Li Ming was quietly looking at the radar map when an alarm suddenly sounded, followed by a message popping up on the radar. Li Ming only glanced at the message and immediately frowned. The spaceship had been locked by the attack and could be attacked at any time, which made Li Ming a little nervous. Even if there was a 9th order civilization, it could not withstand a blow in space. If the spaceship was damaged, it would be a big deal. Without hesitation, Li Ming quickly activated the power energy of the spaceship to make it reach the fastest flight speed in the shortest time. It was impossible to avoid the lock attack, but it would be good if it could enter the atmosphere of Bidit star. Under the energy urging, Nebula number 6 was like a bullet that suddenly shot out. After a whoosh, it rushed out from its original place and headed straight for Bidit star. While flying quickly, Li Ming was also checking the information on the screen on the console. The leaf-like spaceship had already caught Li Ming's eyes. Li Ming had no way of knowing too much information about the other party, but the appearance of the spaceship had been deeply imprinted in Li Ming's mind at this moment. He looked at it with angry eyes and muttered, "MD, are you bullying my spaceship because it is small?" Li Ming was furious and even wanted to give the other party a taste of his own medicine immediately, but Li Ming's Nebula 6 could not compete with the other party at all. Besides, Li Ming did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so he could only temporarily suppress his anger. Inside the giant leaf spaceship, the alien with a pomegranate head in front of the operating table looked at the radar map with contempt and said, "Bidit star should really be rectified, otherwise all kinds of people will want to come in and get involved," he said coldly, and glanced at the 6th level civilization alien beside him. He did not say anything more, but the 6th level civilization already understood his intention, nodded slightly, and stretched out his hand to point at the radar map again. At this time, in the distance of the main cabin, a tall alien came over. This person also had a pomegranate head, but he was a 9th level civilization. "Agassi, what are you doing again?" As soon as the tall alien appeared, he looked at the operating table and said lightly. The 7th level alien named Agassi smiled and replied, "Father Akbar, I just saw a small spaceship, so I ordered it to be destroyed." The 9th level civilization named Akbar's face changed slightly, and then he quickly came to the operating table. "The attack order of the spaceship has been issued," and an aurora shot out from the spaceship quickly. This aurora was blue, and in the form of a light column, heading straight for Li Ming's Nebula 6. Akbar's eyes were focused, his eyes immersed in the operating table, and under his gaze, the aurora directly hit Nebula 6. The light spot on the radar map flashed violently, and then Li Ming's Nebula 6 disappeared from the radar map. Akbar said seriously, "Don't attack any spaceship easily in the future." Agassi frowned and said puzzledly, "It's just a small spaceship. Father, do you have any worries as a 9th level civilization?" Akbar was calm and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm not worried, but your reckless behavior will only bring us trouble. Letting you take charge of the operating table is to train you. Do you understand?" Agassi snorted disdainfully and said nothing more. At this time, Li Ming's spaceship had entered the atmosphere of the planet Bidit, but the spaceship was already billowing smoke and burning. For a cheap lifeboat like Nebula number 6, it should have been directly shattered under that attack, but Li Ming temporarily activated the shield of the star furnace. The shield generated by the star furnace has the function of absorbing energy, but as the range of the shield expands, the ability to absorb energy and defend against it becomes weaker, so it can only resist part of the damage of the aurora, which led to the damage of the spaceship. After all, the original ability of the star furnace shield is to protect individuals, and expanding it to protect the spaceship will naturally weaken it a lot. Entering the atmosphere, coupled with the gravity of Bidit, is devastating for the Nebula 6, which has lost power. At this time, the spacecraft is like a free-falling meteorite. Under the friction of the atmosphere, disintegration and explosion are inevitable. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and did not dare to stay on the spacecraft for too long. After seeing the right opportunity, he jumped out of the spacecraft. At this time, Li Ming was at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If he did not have certain protection, he would definitely die. Li Ming recognized this situation in advance and naturally had his own way to deal with it. The powerful energy quickly overflowed from his body. With energy protection, Li Ming naturally did not have to worry. The rest was to use energy to resist the gravity of Bidit. The sound of the wind filled his ears, and the oppressive feeling of falling quickly was also within Li Ming's perception, just like Superman falling from the sky, seemingly dangerous, but not at all. From this perspective, the general appearance of the entire Bidit star also appeared completely in the field of vision. Bidit is a planet with scarce resources. It is full of deserts and rocks. There are only a few places with green plants and rivers. It looks extremely desolate, but there are still large areas of buildings and various giant spaceships on such a desolate planet. Looking down from the sky, you can only roughly see the division of the area. Each area is an independent building area, and the building style are also completely different. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and his wisdom ability has been activated. He began to use energy to adjust the direction and position of his landing. Those places with larger areas obviously have more and more complex military facilities. In the unknown situation, Li Ming still has to avoid these areas as much as possible. Bidit, in a desert with scorching sun, is surrounded by an empty space with only a bald mountain several tens of meters high. Although this mountain is not big, there are still many spaceships parked around it. These spaceships are relatively broken. Some of them have patches of various colors on them, like rust. Some of them have various hatches open, and there are parts placed outside. There are even some smaller spaceships that are being repaired by aliens. At the bottom of the mountain is a cave where people keep coming in and out. Some of the aliens are very old, while others are still young children, as if they were an ancient tribe. Just as these people were living an extremely ordinary day, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, as if he was a Superman, and came to the sky above this area. The sudden appearance of the figure immediately attracted the attention of these people, and both the old and the young and the busy middle-aged looked up. The person who fell from the sky was Li Ming. At this time, Li Ming was in the air more than 10 meters above the ground. His body was still in the air, and his eyes were like a scanner, looking at all the people and objects on the ground. Under the ability of the wisdom eye, the information in these people's brains and the situation of the spacecraft were all under Li Ming's exploration. The highest of these aliens was only the 7th level civilization, and those spacecrafts had basically been in disrepair for a long time, and most of them could no longer fly. The whole scene was like a garbage dump, but after seeing an old alien, Li Ming couldn't help but open his eyes a little wider. Some important information entered his mind. Many detailed information about the Bidit star also emerged. The information about the Bidit star was basically the same as what Li Ming had seen on the Star Raider spacecraft. This planet was originally controlled by the Abaddon people, and was also the origin of the Abaddon civilization, but it was later forcibly occupied by the Bidit people. The Bidit star system is one of the important critical points for entering the central system of the Milky Way. From the surface, there seem to be many intersections in the vast universe to enter the central system of the Milky Way, but there are not many that can be safely reached, and there are only a few in each spiral arm. There is a planetary belt at the edge of the central system of the Milky Way. This planetary belt is like a protective belt that separates the central system from the outer system, and these planetary belts are not all planets as people imagine. The forms here are extremely complex. In addition to countless meteorites and wandering planets, the planetary belt of the Milky Way also has small black holes, pulsars, white dwarfs, etc. These stars have strong gravity, and some have destructive high temperatures. They are all formed after the end of the life of stars. In addition to these, many of those wandering planets have zergororks, which are also very dangerous. The danger and radiation range of these stars are extremely wide, all in units of 10,000 light years. Passing through these unknown areas is tantamount to committing suicide. Although the planetary belt separates the central system and the outer system, there are safe entrances that can be entered. The Bidit galaxy is one of them. The so-called safe entrance is similar to the safe coordinates transmitted by the spacecraft, which is fixed and unique. The aliens that Li Ming saw in front of him are related to this. The energy and resources of the central system are far beyond the reach of the outer system, and the alien civilizations of the outer system all want to enter the central system civilization, so the bidded galaxy, as a critical point, has become an important place. Chapter 231 Transaction. Entering the bidded galaxy and staying here all year round is for a chance to enter the central system of the Milky Way. The bidded people retreated to the current bidded galaxy because they failed to enter the central system of the Milky Way and completely controlled bidded star after driving out the Abaddon people. Settling here is only to find the opportunity to enter the central system at any time, but for a long time, the bidded people returned with failure, and every failure is a devastating loss for a civilization. Because failure is not only a failure to enter the central system, but also faces the tragedy of the death of many high-level civilizations. Therefore, after several failures, the bidded people fell and never recovered. During this long period of time, other civilizations have also challenged this critical point. Entering the central system of the Milky Way is the height that every civilization wants to reach, but for many years, those civilizations that have tried to enter the central system of the Milky Way have retreated. Some of these retreated civilizations returned to their own galaxies, and some came to the bidded galaxy, and bidded star became the best place to stay. The defeated civilizations suffered heavy losses and had no ability to rule a planet. Even if there were new alien species, the first bidded people to arrive were powerless to resist and could only acquiesce to the existence of the other party. After all, bidded was very huge, and the existence of multiple civilizations was no exception. Over time, bidded became the settlement of many civilizations. Of course, this was a long time ago. Now there have been huge changes. Those civilizations that intend to enter the central system are no longer acting alone, but taking joint actions of multiple civilizations. This bidded has become their gathering place. Before planning to enter the central system, there was already close communication between the various civilizations. They gathered at bidded at a fixed time, and then set out together to enter the central system. In addition to becoming a gathering place for many civilizations, this bidded has also formed an industrial chain. Here, not only materials are traded, but also information about entering the central system is exchanged. Li Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The information about bidded was already fully mastered. The body floating in the air did not intend to land, but turned his eyes and flew away. Li Ming's strange behavior also puzzled the aliens below, but they didn't seem to care much about it as they had lived here for a long time. They just looked at it strangely for a few more times, and then continued to busy themselves with their own things. Li Ming flew to the next place in the air. According to the information Li Ming got, there are a lot of free areas on the planet Biddit. These free areas are similar to the cruise bay. The difference is that there are no constraints here, which is more free, but also more dangerous. Not far away is a free area called Rodney. Li Ming flew slowly in the air, his eyes already looking into the distance. The buildings here are very unique. They are all round, like steamed buns gathered together, and there are a lot of aliens walking back and forth between the buildings. In addition, various aircraft are also shuttling back and forth in the air. The scene is like a busy market. Li Ming landed at the edge of the building complex. When he landed, the perspective changed. The circular building seemed to be more complicated than Li Ming imagined. From the air, it seemed to be just a semicircular building similar to a steamed bun. But when he landed, he found that the so-called circular building was not really a building, but a huge semicircular spaceship. Each semicircular spaceship is of different size and is located 5 or 6 meters above the ground. There are 2 light columns at the bottom of these circular buildings, one blue and one white. People keep coming out of the blue light column, while people in the white light column disappear as soon as they enter. Obviously, this is the entrance and exit. As long as you enter the white light column, you will be directly teleported into the spaceship, and you can also be directly teleported out of the blue light column. This short distance transmission is relatively simple, the materials are easy to obtain, and there is not much high-tech content. Li Ming has mastered many abilities of intelligent civilization, including these, so he can see it at a glance. Light steps approach this place little by little, just like entering a vegetable market. There are strange aliens everywhere, some in groups of 3 or 5, and some like Li Ming alone. The civilization levels of these people are also completely different. The highest ones are 9th and 8th levels, and the lowest ones are only 5th level. Li Ming used the ability of the wisdom eye, Pan Long, to conceal his own energy. From the perception of outsiders, Li Ming is only 7th level. Hiding himself is also to avoid unnecessary trouble. As he shuttled through the crowd, the information of the semicircular spacecraft on both sides was also revealed. This information was not seen by Li Ming using his wisdom eyes, but was displayed by these spacecraft themselves, just like the door of a street shop, with detailed descriptions of the functions of each spacecraft. The first thing Li Ming saw was a trading ship. In addition to the trading services provided by the spacecraft, it also displayed some materials being traded. This method is not uncommon, just like the movie that will be played today is displayed at the entrance of a movie theater. After looking at the displayed materials, Li Ming smiled and walked in. His figure entered the white light column, and he felt a bright light in front of his eyes, as if the white light flashed before his eyes. When his vision became clear, the picture had changed, and Li Ming had already come to the interior of the spacecraft. A small room of 5 or 6 square meters, empty, with screens on all the walls. In the middle of the room was a round table. Li Ming glanced at it casually and understood the purpose of these devices. Li Ming took 2 steps forward and came to the round table. He stretched out his right hand and put a star bag into the hole in the center of the round table. The star bag disappeared in a flash. This is exactly the energy that Li Ming paid. This place is not like the cruise bay. The fees are very expensive. Only by paying these fees can you get the services of the transaction. After a few seconds, blue light flashed on the round platform, and rays of light shot out from the holes in the round platform. After a while, these rays of light intertwined to form a virtual screen. Li Ming's eyes sank slightly, looking at the virtual screen in front of him, and then stretched out his finger and lightly tapped it. Li Ming injected the information he needed into it, and the screens around him also changed quickly, and various material information appeared one after another. As soon as the information of the materials entered his mind, Li Ming was shocked. His eyes looked around, and the huge screens had already displayed the pictures of various materials. Looking at these materials, Li Ming frowned and whispered, "Although the materials here are complete, the price is too expensive." The energy in Li Ming's body mainly comes from the plundering of the Martian mines, and the later plundering of Philistar, but Li Ming has almost consumed it since his advancement. This is mainly because Li Ming's consumption for advancement is 3 times that of ordinary aliens. After some thought, Li Ming took out a few more star bags, and then lifted them up, and put all of them into the round table. After a while, the images on the screens around him began to disappear one by one, and 3 star bags slowly rose out of the round table in front of him. Li Ming waved his hand, and the 3 star bags fell into his palm, and then disappeared in a flash. The material picture on the screen began to change. It was that the material was sold out. Although it was a bit expensive, as long as it was useful to Li Ming, he had to buy all of it. After buying all the materials, Li Ming did not leave immediately. After hesitating for a while, he turned his right hand again, and a red crystal block appeared in his hand. This crystal block was only the size of a fingertip, shining and extremely strange. Li Ming looked at the small crystal block in his palm with hesitation, and thought to himself, I don't know how much energy this mutant crystal can exchange for. Now Li Ming's energy has been consumed a lot, so he has the idea of using the mutant crystal to exchange for energy. Mutation crystals are naturally produced after the convergence of mutation energy. We only know that they are precious, but it is difficult to estimate their value. However, Li Ming does not need to worry about how much energy can be exchanged. The round table in front of him has the ability to identify and value. Li Ming only needs to put the mutation crystal in it. With a long sigh of relief, Li Ming threw it casually, and the small red crystal fell to the center of the round table. The blue light flashed, and the light scanned the crystal like a line of identification. After a few seconds, the screens around suddenly flashed, and a message suddenly appeared, followed by an alarm. This startled Li Ming, and he had no idea what happened. Seeing this situation, Li Ming felt as if something bad had happened. He stretched out his right hand again, aimed at the round table and grabbed it. The crystal that was originally being scanned on the round table suddenly flashed, and flew back to Li Ming's hand. After taking back the mutation crystal, Li Ming turned around and prepared to leave, but his figure turned, and he couldn't help but stop in the same place. There were originally 2 transmission light beams in this room, one white and one blue, but after the alarm just now, both light beams turned red. Damn it. What the hell? Li Ming said to himself, and at the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his wisdom eye ability was activated. Under his wisdom eye, the information of the red light column has been presented. It is the same as the previous light column, which is a short distance transmission. The difference is that the location of the red light column is deeper in the spacecraft. Simply put, blue and white are used by ordinary aliens, while red is used by the insiders of this trading ship. Seeing this, Li Ming couldn't help but snorted and stepped directly into it. After all, Li Ming is a 9th level civilization, which is already the top of the outer civilization, so any situation is not within Li Ming's worry, and using Pan Long to hide the 7th level of the 9th level is just a small trick of Li Ming. A flash of red light, Li Ming's figure appeared again, but the surrounding environment has also changed a little. With a glance, it is the main cabin of the spacecraft, and 3 aliens are sitting at the operating table and looking at Li Ming. Chapter 232 Friends, you are missing a boss. The 3 aliens were all beastmen, a civilization of power. Li Ming knew about beastmen. The Terran Star Raiders were originally beastmen. Beastmen were a wandering civilization without a fixed galaxy origin. Therefore, they were ejected by other civilizations and had a low status, which led to most of them becoming Star Raiders. The biggest appearance feature of beastmen is that their bodies are shaped like stones and their eyes are as small as green beans. The 3 people turned their eyes and looked at Li Ming almost at the same time. When they sensed the 7th level civilization aura on Li Ming, the 3 people's cautious demeanor suddenly relaxed, and the 9th level civilization even showed a smug smile. A mere 7th level civilization actually has mutant crystals? Alas. I feel that I, a 9th level civilization, have existed in vain for so many years. He said softly, looking at Li Ming with a bit of disdain, and when he finally laughed, he looked at the 2 8th level aliens beside him. The 2 8th order aliens laughed loudly. Their laughter was full of disregard for Li Ming, and their eyes were intertwined, revealing a strange look, as if the mutant crystal should have belonged to them. Li Ming was calm, and his wise eyes had already seen through the thoughts of the 3 people. After taking a close look at the 9th order civilization, Li Ming even smiled. This slight smile appeared on Li Ming's face at this moment, which seemed very abnormal. Seeing the smile on Li Ming's face, the 3 aliens suddenly paused, and their originally mocking expressions also stopped abruptly. Interesting. Li Ming whispered to himself, and at the same time, walked towards the operating table, staring at the 3 people, while continuing to smile. At this time, seeing Li Ming's smile in their eyes was already unsettling, and the 2 8th order aliens looked at each other for a while, their faces full of surprise and confusion. What are you laughing at? One of the 8th order aliens suddenly stood up, looked at Li Ming angrily and scolded. Li Ming's eyes turned, and a cold light appeared. His cold eyes pierced through the mind of the 8th level alien like a sharp blade. Then his left hand suddenly stretched out, swiftly and quickly. Before the other party could react, a green shadow arm flew out along Li Ming's left arm. The green shadow arm reached into the other party's brain. The 8th level alien suddenly froze, and his whole body froze in place. His eyes were dull, and he couldn't move. Another 8th level alien and a 9th level alien were all startled, looking at Li Ming's green shadow arm with puzzled eyes. After Li Ming snorted again, he slowly used his left hand to pull back. As his arm moved, the green shadow hand also pulled back. The difference was that the shadow hand seemed to be firmly grasping something, and was pulling it out of the other party's body. The thing pulled out of the body by the shadow hand emitted a faint light, and its appearance was the same as that of the 8th level alien, as if the other party's soul was being pulled out. Souls naturally do not exist, but every life has energy in its body, which is distributed throughout all parts of the body, and maintains the survival of life. The reason why the appearance of the phantom hand, when it was pulled out, is the same as the other party's body is that the energy distributed throughout the body has not yet dissipated, and has been completely extracted, which makes it look like a soul. In fact, after human death, Some people have seen the soul of the deceased leave the body. In fact, it is the only energy left in the body of the deceased. It's just that this energy is still relatively complete when it just leaves the body, so it looks like a soul, but soon the energy will dissipate in the air and disappear. Li Ming's powerful spiritual civilization and wisdom eyes have this unique ability, but it must be implemented on the basis of completely suppressing the opponent with his own energy. Seeing the energy of the person next to him being drained, the other two aliens were shocked. Although they were 1/9 level and 1/8 level, they had never seen such a strong spiritual power. The 9th level alien realized that the situation was not good when he was surprised. After an angry roar, he jumped up from the front of the operating table, and his right hand turned into a huge stone fist and smashed it at Li Ming. Li Ming's eyes rolled, and he realized the opponent's attack in advance. He then stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers spread out to form a palm. With a muffled bang, Li Ming's palm completely caught the opponent's punch. Energy spread out from the fists and palms, like 2 huge shockwaves suddenly collided with each other, and the whole spacecraft trembled with a buzzing sound, as if there was an earthquake. In the completely closed cabin of the spacecraft, this shockwave was also extremely strong. The heart-shaking sound accompanied by the powerful force made the body feel a little uncomfortable. Some objects with poor materials were directly shattered by this shockwave. With such a powerful energy, Li Ming's 9th level civilization's aura could no longer be concealed by the coiled dragon. The energy aura instantly enveloped the entire main cabin, and the green shadow wrapped Li Ming's entire body like a flame. Li Ming, who was completely free, glanced at the alien in front of him with contempt. "Boulder, is your star-sweeping group lacking a leader?" Li Ming's eyes were emitting a faint light, seemingly peaceful, but at this moment, it was chilling. The expression of the 9th level alien named Boulder suddenly stiffened. The muscles on his face trembled slightly, his pair of green bean eyes kept blinking, and beads of sweat as big as beans flowed down his forehead. You, how do you know my name?" Boulder said in a trembling voice. Li Ming smiled again, and at the same time, he clenched his right hand hard, and a creaking sound was heard. The huge fist was clenched into a ball by Li Ming, as if the bones and flesh were instantly crushed into pieces. Boulder opened his mouth wide, clenched his teeth tightly, and forced himself to endure the pain. Without waiting for the other party to do anything else, Li Ming clenched his right hand to the right, and the action was like throwing out a small stone. Swoosh bang. The 2 sounds flashed by his ears, and Boulder's huge figure was thrown out by Li Ming, and hit the wall of the main cabin. Li Ming's movements were light and simple, but the thrown ball hit the wall like a bullet that had just been fired from a gun, leaving a big hole. After doing this, Li Ming retracted his left hand, and the previous 8th level alien also shuddered, and the energy like the soul was directly extracted from the body. Without energy, the body became a shell, and fell to the ground with a thump, and there was no movement. The shadowy hand continued to hold the opponent's energy. From a distance, it looked like holding a person's soul, and the soul was still twisting its body gently, as if there were still signs of life. Li Ming's eyes turned to the remaining 8th level alien like a scanner, but when Li Ming looked at him like this, the alien trembled and shuddered. "You don't." The 8th level alien muttered 2 words in a trembling voice, with a look of fear on his face. Just as these 2 words came out, the green light on the surface of Li Ming's body suddenly flashed, and a shadowy hand stretched out. This time the shadow was even bigger and stronger than before, and in just a blink of an eye, it held the 8th level alien in its palm. The opponent's body was completely wrapped in green light, and the translucent green palm grabbed the opponent, as if holding a toy. But before Li Ming could do anything further, Bold stood up again in the distance. Bold was already very afraid of Li Ming, and he didn't dare to approach easily at the moment, but he was unwilling to see his subordinates die like this. In front of the strong, the desire to survive and timidity arose. "Wait." 2 trembling words came out of Bold's mouth. This shout made Li Ming stop temporarily, without moving his head, but just glancing at the other party. Seeing Li Ming stop, Bold's green eyes turned to the 8th level alien caught by the shadow, and after hesitating for a while, he looked at Li Ming again. "Let Carney go, we can talk about anything," Bold said in a pleading tone, blinking his eyes with a little helplessness. Li Ming did not reply, nor did he do anything else, but his eyes had seen Bold's thoughts from his mind. as a wandering civilization. The beastmen belong to a low-level civilization in the universe, which also makes them pay great attention to the emotions between races. After all, except for themselves, they can no longer get the respect of other civilizations. Although they know that Li Ming is powerful, they must bravely speak for their people, which is very rare in other high-level civilizations. Li Ming understands the wandering civilization very well. After all, he has also come to this point from a low-level civilization. Looking at the aliens held by his green hands, he actually felt compassion. The reason why Li Ming took action was precisely because the initial information in the minds of these three aliens was to kill Li Ming, but now the information Li Ming received is completely the opposite. The other party only wants to survive and has no ill intentions. Moreover, Li Ming was born on Earth, and humans are complex emotional creatures. Even if their cognition has reached a high level, they will inevitably be moved by it. Or thought flashed through his mind, and the green hand holding Kani slowly loosened, and the green light returned to Li Ming's body. Li Ming's action also made Kani breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he saved his life. Not far away, Bald also sighed slightly, and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Ming opened his mouth and said coldly, "From now on, I will be the owner of this spaceship." As he said this, his left hand suddenly clenched hard, and the palm turned into a fist. At the same time, the shadow palm holding the energy also clenched into a fist. With a muffled sound of bang, the soul-like energy body directly turned into starlight and disappeared in the air. Kani and Bald saw this action, and they did not dare to make any more unnecessary moves at the moment, and could only let Li Ming deal with it. Chapter 233 about Chinese civilization. Li Ming took a few steps forward and came to the operating table. He glanced at it, and all kinds of information entered his mind. The internal structure of this trading ship is indeed quite novel. There are three relatively large cabins inside the spacecraft, namely the main cabin, the auxiliary cabin and the storage room, while the rest are relatively small trading cabins. The place where Li Ming was just teleported into the spacecraft was the trading cabin, and there are many trading cabins like that in the spacecraft, which are used for alien exchanges and charge fees. The trading method here is also very different from that of the cruise bay. The cruise bay can deposit the trading items in the trading hall until the transaction is completed. After all, the cruise bay is a more formal place with great protection. But it is different here. This is a completely free zone, and the transaction is not guaranteed at all. Not only is it a mixed bag, but it is also extremely dangerous. Killing and robbing are also common. If you want to survive on the planet Bidit, you must either have local power or have your own strength. Otherwise you can only survive and become an alien refugee. There are only two ways to trade here. One is to sell the items you want to trade directly to the trading ship at a low price. The other is to pay a certain fee to hang the items you want to trade on the trading ship. If someone wants to trade, they have to find the trader based on the information provided by the trading ship and then trade individually. The first method is more common because many low-level materials are generally sold directly to the trading ship at a low price. As for the price at which the trading ship sells, there is no need to ask. The second method is generally only used for more precious things. This requires paying a certain fee to the trading ship, and then the trading ship will hang the name and information of your own items until you meet someone who needs it, and then trade individually. Both trading methods are formulated according to local environmental conditions. It sounds inconvenient, but it is very reasonable here. In addition to the trading information, the rest is the information about entering the central system of the Milky Way. In Bald's brain, this information is like a picture being played, constantly entering Li Ming's brain and becoming Li Ming's cognition. At present, the critical point of entering the central system of the Milky Way, the Bidit star system, has certain natural laws. All the ninth order civilizations that intend to enter the central system of the Milky Way will gather here on their own. After a series of consultations, these ninth order civilizations will formulate a joint action plan. After all, the number of ninth order civilizations in a single civilization is limited. If they unite, they will at least have a great advantage in number, which will greatly increase the probability of entering the central system of the Milky Way. Seeing this information, Li Ming couldn't help but have a question. Is there any insurmountable danger in entering the central system of the Milky Way? Before he could figure out this question, Li Ming didn't ask it immediately. He turned his eyes to Connie and said, "Connie, bring me all the energy gains on the spacecraft. HMM. Ah. Okay." Connie looked puzzled, but he reacted immediately and walked towards one of the portals. While walking, he didn't forget to look at Bald. Bald didn't dare to say much about Li Ming's order, so he could only nod his head in acquiescence. Li Ming looked at Connie, who was leaving. His eyes suddenly turned, and he looked at Bald again, saying, "Bald, you have been on Bidit Star for some years, and I still want to learn some questions from you." Li Ming's tone was light, as if he was very familiar with Bald. Most importantly, Li Ming's tone revealed his understanding of Bald. Although it is said that the wisdom I helped Li Ming to fully understand the other party, not everything can be identified by the wisdom I. It takes time to explore the information deep in a person's brain, especially for the existence of high-level civilizations. Bald and Li Ming are both 9th level, and some information deep in the brain takes more time to dig out. The fastest way is to ask verbally, and then explore when the other party's brain mobilizes the information, which will save a lot of time. Bald's green bean eyes turned slightly, and he took a few steps forward to Li Ming. After hesitating for a while, he said, "You ask." His tone was obviously very dissatisfied with Li Ming, and he was even more unwilling to the current situation. Li Ming didn't care. He smiled and said, "What do you know about entering the central system of the Milky Way? Tell me about it." When the central system of the Milky Way was mentioned, Bald's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Li Ming in surprise, his eyes wide open. After a little thought, he replied, "Are you here to enter the central system as well?" Li Ming glanced at him and said lightly, "That's not necessarily true, but I'm still interested in this information." Bald heard this and thought in a dull voice. He was thinking about something in his mind, but Bald didn't know that his thoughts were all under Li Ming's control. After looking at Li Ming several times, he said again, "It's not that easy to enter the central system of the Milky Way. The Bidit galaxy is the largest entrance among many critical points. In order to enter the central system, many civilizations will choose this critical point. As for the situation inside, it's complicated to talk about it." "Oh." Li Ming immediately became curious and stared at him closely. At this moment, the portal not far away suddenly flashed, and a figure walked out of it. It was Connie. At this time, Connie was holding a square meteorite in his hand, 1 foot long and wide, brown, like a wooden box. Very strange. Connie walked towards Li Ming with this object, while not forgetting to look at Bald a few times. His eyes were full of helplessness, and even his steps were a little messy. Li Ming was very clear about the other party's thoughts and the reasons. Before Connie got close, Li Ming's right hand quickly stretched out, and a green light shadow shot out along his arm. The shadow was like a green rope, and it wrapped up the brown meteorite. As soon as it approached Connie, Li Ming pulled his right hand again, and the brown box also flew to Li Ming's hand with the green light. After a slight sense, Li Ming smiled lightly. This brown meteorite was the stored energy. Energy is the hard currency of alien civilizations. Its name is Kanlini, which is considered the currency of alien civilizations. This brown box also stores a lot of it. After Li Ming nodded with satisfaction, he suddenly clenched his right hand, and the brown meteorite box disappeared. This thing was received by Li Ming in the star furnace. After being refined by the star furnace, the energy inside will eventually turn into nebula power. For ordinary aliens, such a large amount of energy is naturally not a small amount, but it is far from enough for Li Ming. After collecting this brown meteorite, Li Ming fell into deep thought, which made Connie and Bald stand there in confusion, because they didn't know what Li Ming, a powerful 9th level, was thinking about. After a moment, Li Ming suddenly raised his head, as if he suddenly remembered something. He looked at Connie and said lightly, "Please help me put a few things on the trading ship. If anyone needs them, let him come to me alone." "Okay, you say," Connie replied quickly. Li Ming nodded and continued, "Nebula pill, mutation crystal, star glory, let's start with these 3 things." Li Ming said it very easily, as if these 3 things were very common items, but Bald, who was also a 9th level civilization, was surprised when he heard it. His eyes opened wide and wide, and his mouth couldn't help but open a little, staring at Li Ming blankly, completely unable to believe it. Canny, an 8th level civilization, was even stunned when he heard it, as if he thought Li Ming was joking. Li Ming also noticed the expressions of the two after he finished speaking. After snorting twice, he said, "Canny, hurry up." Ah. Canny came back to his senses after being called by Li Ming. After nodding repeatedly, he replied, "Yes, yes, I'll go right away." With that, Canny turned around and left quickly. As for the 3 things Li Ming mentioned, each one is more precious than the other. First of all, the materials of star glory are scarce, and synthesis masters are rare. For civilizations below the 9th level, it is a must for advancement. Even some 9th level civilizations who give up entering the 1st level civilization are in urgent need of this thing. The next is the nebula pill. The preciousness of the nebula pill is mainly due to the scarcity of alchemy masters. In the outer system civilization, most biological civilizations will focus on cultivating synthesis masters, because only with synthesis masters can more star glory be synthesized, and the overall level and strength of the civilization can be improved. Therefore, there are very few alchemy masters. This is one of the reasons why the nebula pill is precious. In addition, the nebula pill is a precious medicine in battle, and sometimes it can even affect the situation and decide life and death. Finally, there are the mutant crystals. This kind of item formed by natural mutant energy is even more rare, so its preciousness is self-evident. Li Ming has a lot of mutant crystals on him, and the number of nebula pills is also large. Only the starlight is relatively rare. However, Li Ming needs the power of the nebula more now, so it is better to sell these things that are not used for the time being. Bald looked at Li Ming with his eyes, as if he was looking at a terrible monster. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe the person in front of him, so he could only stare blankly. Watching Kani enter the auxiliary cabin under his instructions, Li Ming's eyes returned to Bald. "Let's continue to talk about the things in the Milky Way," Li Ming said with a smile. Bald nodded without thinking, adjusted his demeanor, and said, "Okay." At the moment, Bald no longer regarded Li Ming as just a 9th level strongman, but also regarded Li Ming as a rare high level alien. After easing his mood a little, he began to talk. The Bidet galaxy is the largest critical point in the central system of the Milky Way, but it is also one of the most difficult places to enter the central system. All civilizations are well aware that the central system has abundant energy resources and is the best area to enter higher civilizations. But the civilizations that originally resided in this area prohibit other civilizations from entering, especially alien civilizations. I believe you should also know that most alien civilizations will deliberately hide themselves because too much exposure may lead to destruction by higher level civilizations. However, with the development of cosmic civilization, that period of time has also been excessive. Chapter 234, Purifying the Chain Demon. The reason is very simple. It is easy for a high-level civilization to destroy a low-level civilization, but this behavior is time-consuming and laborious, and there is no benefit, so those high-level civilizations will not do such things. Of course, although they will not destroy the entire low-level civilization, they will eliminate the people with the highest level of civilization in the civilization, which is more time-saving and simple. Bald continued to speak, and Li Ming listened carefully. One of the points even made Li Ming suddenly remember something, that is, destroying the high-level existence in the civilization alone. Li Ming had seen similar information when he was on Earth, that is, some people on Earth with high IQ and a lot of knowledge suddenly died or disappeared at a certain time. Now hearing Bald say this, it is inevitable to associate it. Bald naturally didn't know what Li Ming was thinking, so he could only continue. Since the critical point was discovered, those high-level civilizations in the outer system have begun to try to break through from there, but no one has succeeded. Later, the Bidet galaxy became the concentration point for these high-level civilizations to enter the central system. After all, the more high-level civilizations there are, the greater the possibility of entering the central system. But in recent years, this Bidet star has often had strange things happen. That is, the high-level civilizations in the central system no longer enter the outer system to kill those high-level civilizations alone. But every few years, those concentrated 9th level civilizations in the Bidet galaxy will suddenly disappear. Bald said this with a look of fear and worry, as if there really was something strange. Li Ming also felt a little strange when he heard this, but with his discerning eyes, Bald did not lie to him. Suddenly disappeared. Li Ming showed a look of thinking about something else. Bald nodded and continued. Originally, these people gathered on this planet of Bidet because they wanted to unite and break into the central system, but the strange disappearances kept happening, which is really puzzling. Li Ming concentrated his eyes and nodded slightly, but said no word. When it comes to this, Bald sighed and said, of course, this kind of mass disappearance does not happen every time. Most of the time, the 9th order civilizations gathered here will still unite to break into the central system. Mass disappearance is just an occasional event. Li Ming glanced at the other party lightly, thought for a while, and said, then why don't you unite with them to break into the central system? Bald shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, we wandering civilizations have never been trusted by other civilizations, so it is even more impossible to unite, not to mention that I'm a star raider. Li Ming smiled slightly, nodded, turned his eyes back, closed and opened them, glanced at the other party again, and said, Bald, I don't reject your wandering civilization. It is not easy for you to reach this level today. You can go to the auxiliary cabin first. When you help me sell the 3 things I mentioned just now, I will leave here. If you can't sell them, then all the profits of your trading ship during this period will belong to me. Bald was surprised by Li Ming's polite words and dared not raise any objection. He nodded slightly and replied, okay, I'll go right away. With that, Bald stood up and walked towards the portal not far away. Watching Bald leave, Li Ming was calm. After all, whatever the other party wanted was under Li Ming's control. After Bald disappeared in the portal, Li Ming suddenly raised his right hand and pointed at the portal in the distance. The green light shot out from his fingertips and disappeared into the portal. This green light contained Li Ming's spiritual consciousness, and with Li Ming's understanding of the portal in front of him was already controlled by Li Ming. The green light was like a lock on the portal, and no one could come in without Li Ming's consent. After doing all this, Li Ming was completely relieved, because an independent space is the safest and freest. In the following time, Li Ming could only wait for Bald's news, and Li Ming was also more curious about the true value of these 3 things, so this matter could not be rushed. During his free time, Li Ming's eyes suddenly turned, and something came to his mind. He turned his right hand, and a blue light flashed, and a round black sphere appeared in his hand. This thing is the 9th level Stardust weapon, the Chain Demon Sphere. The Chain Demon is not Li Ming's weapon, but was obtained when he fought Hawk and others on the alien planet. The 9th level Stardust weapon is undoubtedly the top existence among the foreign weapons, and Li Ming has also seen the power of this thing. If he can use it, it would be great. Looking at the Chain Demon in his hand, Li Ming whispered to himself, it would be best if it can become my weapon. If not, I will throw it into the star furnace for refining. With this, Li Ming began to explore this thing in depth. He leaned over and sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, and the green light on the surface of his body flowed, rotating around Li Ming like strands of green silk. He raised his right hand gently, and the Chain Demon flew out of his hand and floated in the air in front of Li Ming. According to Li Ming's existing knowledge, if the Stardust weapon already has an owner, he needs to use his own consciousness to erase the previous consciousness in the weapon before he can use it again. This process is generally quite long, and some cannot even be erased. However, Li Ming is still full of confidence in this point, because Li Ming has the advanced spiritual civilization ability of Wisdom Eyes, which is naturally different from ordinary people. Li Ming circulates the energy in his body bit by bit, and the green hair around his body becomes brighter and brighter, and it is transformed from green hair into green light bands, like green snakes surrounding Li Ming. His mind is stable, and his eyes suddenly open suddenly. The green light bands that originally rotated around his body quickly break away from Li Ming's body and rotate around the Chain Demon. After a rotation, the green light band suddenly changes direction and begins to forcefully enter the Chain Demon. At this time, the Chain Demon slowly rises and comes to the air in front of Li Ming's head, and the green light bands continue to pass through it. The green light band is Li Ming's spiritual civilization ability. Every time it passes through the chain demon, it will bring out some black matter from it. The picture is like a bunch of green snakes eating the chain demon. You take a bite, I take a bite, more than a dozen blue light bands intertwine and pass through it continuously. In this way, the black breath on the surface of the chain demon is getting weaker and weaker, while the blue light bands are getting dimmer and dimmer. Every time the blue light penetrates, it purifies the other consciousnesses in the chain demon. It is only a matter of time to eliminate all other consciousnesses. Li Ming was busy here. In the auxiliary cabin of the spacecraft, Bald and Carney were sitting in front of an operating table. The operating table here is a place to manage transactions alone, and it is also the main and deputy relationship with the operating table in the main cabin. At this moment, the two of them are really promoting the 3 items in the trading area according to Li Ming's arrangement. While Carney was operating, his eyes kept looking at Bald, as if he had something to say, but didn't know how to start. After a while, Carney still mustered up the courage. "Brother, what should we do now?" Carney looked worried, and couldn't help asking. Bald didn't answer immediately, but slowly raised his right hand. At this time, Bald's right hand was still bleeding, and 2 of his fingers were unable to move. This was the injury caused by Li Ming's palm grip. Looking at his injured right hand, Bald sighed slightly and said, "We can only follow this person's intentions one step at a time." Hearing this, Carney could only turn his head helplessly and busy himself on the operating table again, without saying anything more. In the main cabin, Li Ming sat quietly in the same place without moving. A black sphere floated in the air 1 foot away in front of him. It was the 9th level Stardust weapon, the Chain Demon. The blue light band surrounding the Chain Demon had completely disappeared. At this time, the Chain Demon was different from before. Although it was black as a whole, there was a faint blue light in the dark black light, which looked very wonderful. Li Ming smiled, with his mouth corners raised, full of satisfaction, and muttered, "The 9th level Stardust weapon is indeed extraordinary, worthy of being the top weapon of the alien civilization." As he said this, he slowly stretched out his right hand, and saw that the Chain Demon gently floated, and fell into Li Ming's palm, and then a blue light flashed and disappeared. It was taken into the star capsule by Li Ming. After doing all this, Li Ming let out a long sigh of relief, his mind regained its calm, and he slowly stood up. However, before Li Ming could do anything else, the portal not far away suddenly flashed. The portal had been set up with a consciousness lock by Li Ming. Anyone who wanted to enter through the portal needed Li Ming's permission and confirmation. The flashing at this time meant that someone wanted to break in, but was blocked by Li Ming's consciousness lock. He glanced at it, his eyeballs turned, and after a little thought, he pointed his right hand, and a green light flew out from his fingertips, and entered the portal, unlocking the confinement inside. The portal flashed, and a figure walked out of it. It was Bald, but just as Bald walked out, the portal behind him flashed again, and 3 more people walked out. Li Ming's eyebrows jumped, and he quickly focused his attention on the 3 people who came later. The 3 aliens were wearing grey armor, and had oval heads. They looked somewhat similar to Insignificant, but there were still some differences that ordinary people could not easily identify. Aliens with this appearance were a civilization that Li Ming had never seen before. The leader was an 8th order civilization, and the 2 behind him were 7th order civilizations, which were naturally of a lower order. After seeing their appearance, Li Ming suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up slightly, and widened a little. "Huh. These people are," Li Ming said secretly, and his figure trembled with excitement. Although it was not obvious, it could be detected by careful observation. This tremor was like the excitement of discovering some treasure. "That's right. It's the Selras people." Li Ming was secretly surprised, and his mind naturally remembered. When he was on the alien planet, Li Ming had encountered 3 9th order Star Raiders. One of them, a guy named Abner, was killed directly by Li Ming. Before killing this person, Li Ming obtained a piece of information about Beigui's whereabouts from his brain. Beigui is a necessary item for synthesizing the power of flowing clouds. At that time, the information Li Ming got from Abner's brain was that Beigui was in the hands of the Selras people. Unexpectedly, this Selras people appeared so quickly. Li Ming was excited. After all, this also meant that he was one step closer to getting BGUI. He suppressed his excitement, calmed his mentality, and looked at the three people with a casual look. At this time, Bald stepped forward a few steps, smiled slightly, and said, "They are Selra's people. They come here to trade mutant crystals." "Oh." Li Ming smiled twice, his mouth corners slightly raised, nodded, turned his eyes, glanced at Bald, and said, "There is nothing for you here. I want to talk to them alone." Bald paused at first, but after taking a breath helplessly, he could only reply, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Bald turned and left. After watching Bald disappear from the portal, Li Ming smiled and looked at the three Selra's people in front of him. Chapter 235. If you can't afford it, don't waste your time. You want the mutant crystal, so what are you going to exchange for it? Li Ming said lightly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he had already activated the ability of the Wisdom Eye. The 8th level Selras who was in the lead bowed to Li Ming first, and then said, "It depends on what you need, the power of the nebula, or other materials. After all, the mutant crystal is in your hands." Li Ming did not reply immediately, but just looked at the other party with his eyes, and Li Ming also detected the information in the other party's brain bit by bit. This person is called Baspel, and he is currently the highest leader of the Selras on the planet Bidit. The Selras have a fixed base on the planet Bidit. They fell here after failing to force their way into the central system and settled here. There is a 9th level person in the Selras station on the planet Bidit, and he is also the only one. He is also old, and can be said to be the only pillar of this alien tribe. The overall strength is relatively low, but Li Ming did not detect any information about BGUI, which made Li Ming a little disappointed. There are bound to be surprises in this situation. It may be that Abner's information was originally false, or it may be that this person does not know about BG. After all, it is only at the 8th level. Li Ming retracted his gaze and said, "If it is to exchange for nebula power, how much can you offer?" Hearing that Li Ming only wanted nebula power, Baspel breathed a sigh of relief. After hesitating and thinking for a while, he replied, "We are willing to offer 50 nebula powers." 50 nebula powers. Li Ming was shocked when he heard this number, but when Li Ming used his wisdom eyes to explore the other party's brain, he immediately showed a calm look and even a little dissatisfied with this number. Li Ming's transformation is naturally for a reason. According to the information Li Ming has discovered, the value of the mutant crystal is more than this, and the other party deliberately lowered the price first. This is a very normal phenomenon in transactions. After all, there is still room for maneuver. Li Ming also has some preliminary understanding of the value of the mutant crystal. The mutant crystal contains powerful mutant energy. Each small piece is formed by the accumulation of huge amounts of mutant energy over the years. It can be said that it is rare. The use of mutant crystals is also very unique. First of all, it is used on beasts. Reasonable use can make beasts mutate into higher and more powerful beings, which cannot be ignored for the improvement of combat effectiveness. Another way is to use it on the human body, but this requires more materials and items to assist, which is relatively complicated. Baspel traded mutant crystals just to use them on a pet beast. This information was also discovered by Li Ming's discerning eyes. As for the price of mutant crystals, the other party's bottom line is 80 nebula forces. Li Ming had already seen through it. After a slight smile, he sat down beside the operating table. There was a thoughtful and hesitant expression on his face. After a few seconds, he shook his head slightly and said, "The minimum is 80 nebula forces." Li Ming immediately pushed the price to the other party's bottom line, and then it depends on how the other party responds. Baspel was also stunned when he heard this, and he was a little bit unbelievable. On the one hand, he felt that the other party knew the value of mutant crystals, and on the other hand, his intentions and thoughts seemed to be seen through by the other party. This made Baspel hesitate. Li Ming was not in a hurry, just looking at the other party quietly. But at this moment, the portal flickered again. Li Ming turned his eyes to the side and glanced at the location of the portal. He waved his right hand and shot a beam of green light into it. The green light spread on the portal and stopped flickering instantly. Boulder walked out of it again, but this time his steps were hurried and his face was a little flustered. There are many people outside asking about the things you are selling, Boulder said hurriedly. Li Ming smiled slightly, but did not say anything immediately. However, after hearing Boulder's words, Basbal suddenly looked a little flustered, as if he was worried about something. Okay, we agree to the deal, Basbal replied anxiously. Li Ming turned his eyes and looked at Boulder, saying, then let them all come in. Yes. Boulder turned around and left again. As soon as Boulder left, Basbal couldn't hold back any longer and said, I agree with your price for this mutant crystal. When will we trade? Hehe. Li Ming shook his hand and smiled, saying, don't worry about that. When other buyers come in, we can talk together. Li Ming was not in a hurry, but Basbal looked anxious, as if the mutant crystal was very important to him, and was extremely worried that Li Ming would trade it to someone else. Li Ming saw this anxiety, but he had his own plans in mind, because the value of the mutant crystal needed more people to prove it. The light of the portal flashed, and figures walked out one by one. Li Ming took a rough look, and found that there were 8 people who came in except Bald, and these people were all 9th level civilizations. 9th level civilizations are the top of the outer system. When they become 9th level civilizations, they are arrogant and ignore everything. This feeling of looking down is indeed completely matched with their own abilities. Bald stood quietly aside. Although he was also a 9th order civilization, he was a wandering civilization after all, and he was incompatible with these people. The 8 9th order civilizations also filled the entire main cabin. Some of these people looked around, and some looked at Li Ming with contempt. Li Ming naturally did not take these people seriously at all. He continued to use his wisdom ability under his slightly narrowed eyes. Looking at these 8 people, Li Ming frowned slightly and found something. It turned out to be a joint team. It was established so quickly, Li Ming muttered to himself secretly, and the many information detected by the wisdom eye began to be pieced together in his mind. These 8 9th order aliens came from different civilizations. Some had already lived on the Bidit star, and some had just arrived. However, they had already forced their way into the critical point of the middle system to form a joint team. The joint team is a fixed rule. 9 people form a team, and each operation requires 3 teams to act together, a total of 27 9th order beings. The team in front of them was obviously short of 1 person, but they were not here to recruit teammates, but for the 3 things that Li Ming was selling. Can you show us your 3 things first? The person who spoke was an alien with a snake head, looking unusually petite. This question seemed to be what other 9th level civilizations wanted to know, and even Boulder was curious about it. After all, this kind of thing was rare, and it was hard to believe that someone could have it all at once. Basbal was naturally very curious, but his figure had quietly avoided those 9th level civilizations, and turned his eyes to Li Ming. Li Ming naturally wanted to sell it sincerely. Even if these people didn't ask, Li Ming had to show it. After a slight smile, he waved his right hand, and blue light formed a curved light belt in the air with his palm. 7 or 8 items appeared in the light belt. 3 mutant crystals of different colors and the size of fingertips, 4 brightly colored nebula pills, and 2 starshines. As soon as these things appeared, everyone's eyes were dazed. Those who were skeptical opened their mouths wide, and some people opened their eyes wide in surprise. Some people couldn't help but move forward. Li Ming saw the expressions of these people. After a few seconds, he waved his right hand again, and all the things disappeared with the blue light. I have seen everything. Tell me the price you want to give. Li Ming glanced at them and said lightly, and at the same time, he slowly sat back in front of the operating table. Those 9th level civilizations looked at each other at first. Some of them were still mumbling something, and some were shaking their heads and nodding. Basbal on the side was not only excited, but also had a complicated mood, and his expression was mixed with a bit of worry. Ebel. From the appearance, the nebula pill is definitely a top grade product. A pointy-headed alien whispered to the snake-headed alien. Ebel's little head nodded a few times, and the others nodded one after another, and were extremely satisfied with the nebula pill. But Ebel seemed to have other thoughts under his rolling eyes. After hesitating for a while, he turned around and said, "Are there only 4 nebula pills?" Li Ming did not respond immediately. After looking at Ebel with his eyes, he said, "Let's talk about the price you offer first." Ebel looked confident and said, "It depends on what you want." Nebula power. I only want nebula power. Li Ming said affirmatively. As soon as this sentence came out, Ebel's confidence suddenly withdrew. He frowned slightly and looked back at the others. Although nebula power is hard currency, no civilization or alien will reserve a large amount of it. The reason is very simple. Nebula power is not very useful for personal combat, and it is relatively useless for ace advancement. After all, the scarcity of things like star glory is far higher than nebula power. As long as the needs can be met, there is no need to reserve too much. Li Ming's request for nebula power made Abel a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't carry too much of this thing with him. Abel turned his head and looked at the others behind him and said, "Do you have enough nebula power?" The others shook their heads, which made Abel hesitate. Li Ming's eyes naturally saw through all of this. After a faint smile, he said, "If you can't afford it, don't waste your time here. Bald, go see if there are other buyers." Bald was stunned when he heard this. After hesitating for a while, he did not reply and walked away directly. While walking away, Bald did not forget to look at Li Ming a few times. Li Ming naturally noticed this little action easily, and at the same time, he also found some abnormal information from his brain. Chapter 236, The Selrus Camp. In Abel's cognition, the Ninth Order joint team is formed by multiple civilizations to enter the central system. Once formed, this team is tantamount to facing death. Either entering the central system to achieve a higher civilization, or the nebula is shattered. This kind of team will prepare a large amount of available resources in order to enter the central system. Of course, this preparation method is not only trading and purchasing, but also collective action and violent acquisition when necessary. Li Ming's words obviously did not take these people into consideration. In addition, Li Ming carried many precious items on his body, which made it easy for these people to target him. This information came from Bald's cognition, but it also became Li Ming's cognition under his wisdom. However, Li Ming now has higher energy than ordinary Ninth Order, and has Ninth Order Stardust weapons, so he naturally does not take ordinary Ninth Order too seriously. After Abel looked at Li Ming with a strange look, he snorted and said, "We didn't bring so much nebula power with us. You keep the things first. We will go back to get the nebula power, but we have decided on these things. You must keep them for us," Abel said at the end. His tone was cold and threatening. Li Ming didn't care at all, and even crossed his legs, saying, "I can't guarantee this. Whoever offers the highest price will get the things." "You guy." A 9th level civilization wanted to say something angrily, but Abel raised his hand to stop him before he finished speaking. "Let's go," Abel said coldly, glanced at Li Ming, and turned away first. Li Ming continued to sit in the same place, and when he turned his eyes, he looked at Basbal. At this time, Basbal was a little nervous. He looked at the location of the portal. Those 9th level civilizations had completely disappeared. Only 3 people on his side and Li Ming were left in the entire cabin. Compared to those 9th Order civilizations, Basbal has no advantage at all. After looking at Li Ming, he said, "Then the price we discussed before." Li Ming nodded, with a look of other thoughts in his eyes. After a faint smile, he said, "Since you have agreed to the price of 80 nebula powers, then I will give you the mutant crystal." Basbal showed a strange expression at this time. After a helpless smile, he replied, "This has to go to our Selrus camp. You can come with us to get it." Li Ming's face changed immediately, and he said sternly, "After all, you are just like those people. You can't afford it." "No, no, no, we are willing to exchange things." "Exchange? Didn't I just say it? I only want nebula power." Basbal suddenly paused. His expression changed several times, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't open his mouth, with a hesitant expression on his face. After a while, Basbal said again, "This thing is very valuable. You will know when you arrive at our camp." "Oh." Li Ming immediately became interested. His slightly narrowed eyes showed his ability. After concentrating and carefully looking at it, he found out a piece of information from the other party's brain, which was exactly the information about Beijui. Although the other party did not say it clearly, Li Ming had already seen it. Of course, Li Ming would not deliberately reveal it. His expression was still pretending to be hesitant. Seeing Li Ming's hesitation, Bus Bell was also full of worry and anxiety, fearing that Li Ming would refuse. Li Ming, who saw through this, pretended to hesitate for a while and reluctantly said, "Okay, in view of your sincerity in the transaction, I will reluctantly go with you." Bus Bell nodded repeatedly and kept saying, "Okay, okay, that's great." Li Ming then stood up and walked quickly towards the portal. After leaving the trading ship and returning to the outside world, the surging crowds of people were walking back and forth, as if they were going to a market. Basbal pointed to a low-altitude aircraft not far away and said, "This way, please." Li Ming nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to step out, his figure suddenly paused. He turned his head and looked behind him. There was nothing else unusual, except the aliens walking around in the distance behind him. Li Ming's action was naturally a conscious sense of something, but he didn't care too much. He snorted and walked quickly towards the aircraft that Basbal pointed to. As soon as Li Ming and Basbal walked away, 2 more aliens appeared in the place where Li Ming looked back before. Both of them were 9th level and had been hiding in the corner of the dark, their eyes fixed on Li Ming's back. "Brit, do you want to follow them?" A fat and big-eared alien spoke first. The alien named Bullet was the pointy-headed alien who had just been in the cabin of the trading ship owner. His huge eyes moved slightly, and then he said, "Ram, go tell Abel, I'll follow him." The fat-headed and big-eared alien named Ram nodded and turned away. Li Ming naturally didn't know about the secret conversation between the two, but he knew the existence of these 2 guys. At this time, Li Ming had already sat in the aircraft, and Bus Bell quickly started the aircraft and left. At this moment, in the space thousands of light years away from the Bidit star system, a round spaceship was flashing towards here. Although the spaceship was not very large, the transmission distance in space was very far. Even those giant spaceships could not compare. Inside the spaceship, a silver alien sat in front of the operating table, pointing something in the blue light of the operating table with his fingers. This silver alien was the executor of the clearing and killing operation, Adriana. After a few clicks of his fingers, the blue light on the operating table suddenly changed to form a video screen, and a figure of an alien immediately appeared on the screen. The alien had an eye-shaped head and slightly wrinkled face. He was wearing a brown leather jacket with a grey cape on his back, and holding an ancient wood-style snakehead scepter. He was Hatfield, the king of Clone Star, from the Yangtze system. Adriana looked at Hatfield on the screen with a serious expression and said, "Hart, you go and suppress them on Bidit Star first. I'm on my way. Some small things may take some time, so you'd better hold them back." Hatfield looked puzzled, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Isn't Hendrix in charge of that? He's on his way, and will arrive before you, but I'm worried about him being alone, so I'm notifying you urgently. You should be very close to it." Adriana's voice sounded like a robot's, very stiff and female, as if this life form was an electronic synthesis. Hatfield was also extremely afraid of this man, but after a little thought, he replied, "If Hendrix and I join forces, then the 2 of us should be able to solve it. Why do you have to make a trip in person?" Hehe. A completely lifeless laugh came out of Adriana's mouth, as if an iron box was laughing. Her eyes flashed with light, and she said, "Hart, the reason why you can establish contact with our Chinese civilization is entirely because you gave up entering the 1st level civilization. You must remember that your responsibility is to monitor rather than take action, and too long has passed since the last critical point battle. I believe that the number of 9th level this time is far beyond what you can handle, so, before I arrive at Bidit, you and Hendrix must hold those people back. This is what you should do." Adriana's hard voice was like a repeater, without a breath of life. Hatfield had a serious expression, and listened very carefully. He did not dare to resist or object to Anna's words. He only replied after a pause, "Okay, I'll leave right away." Adriana showed a satisfied expression after hearing this, and casually clicked to interrupt the connection of the screen. At this time, on the planet Bidit, the low-altitude aircraft that Li Ming was riding came to a construction area. These buildings are relatively simple, but the area is huge. From a distance, they look like a pile of pebbles, of different sizes and colors, but basically light colors, similar to the surrounding desert. Before the aircraft approached the construction area, Li Ming had already seen the appearance of these buildings clearly. The appearance of each building is oval, like a basin on the ground, and the surface of the building is already dilapidated. Some have a big hole, and some are even irregular in appearance. This makes people feel that this is a poor tribe and race. In this situation, it doesn't look like it can take out 80 nebula powers. Li Ming looked at Basbal beside him with some doubt, but before Li Ming could find out what he was thinking, a burst of urgent alarm suddenly sounded from inside the aircraft. Basbal sat up straight in a hurry, stretched out his hand, and took out an instrument from his body. The instrument was the size of a palm, and the small screen on it was full of alien characters. Basbal immediately panicked when he saw these characters, and said as soon as he opened his mouth, "Quick, go to the pharaoh's house first." The 7th level civilization in front of him, who was responsible for driving, immediately operated the driver again, and locked a position again. The speed and altitude of the aircraft also increased a lot instantly. Originally, the aircraft was only 2 meters above the ground, but it suddenly reached more than 10 meters high, and the speed was twice as fast. After a few seconds, the aircraft entered the construction area. Away from the ground, avoiding traffic and people, the aircraft moved forward at full speed, and only saw the buildings on both sides flashing quickly in front of him, until it suddenly slowed down in front of a tall building. The building looked the same as the others, except that it was huge, tens of meters high. The aircraft looked extremely weak in front of it. 2 large groups of people appeared in front of the building, one with more people and the other with less. The larger group was the Selras people, while the smaller group was someone Li Ming had never seen before, and he didn't know which civilization they were. In addition, the aircraft was moving very fast, so Li Ming couldn't see it in detail. After arriving next to the building, the aircraft slowly landed back on the ground. Basbal seemed to have no time to care about Li Ming at this moment, and the aircraft flew towards the crowd. This made Li Ming dissatisfied, but he didn't get angry. After getting off the aircraft, he also walked towards the crowd. Before his figure entered the crowd, a huge spaceship in the distance immediately caught Li Ming's attention. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. It turns out it's you two. The spaceship in the distance was brown and shaped like a withered leaf. It was located above the small buildings, suspended in the air without moving. This spaceship was both familiar and unfamiliar to Li Ming. What was familiar was that Li Ming had been attacked by an alien spaceship before entering the Bidded Star, and that spaceship was exactly the same as this one. What was unfamiliar was that Li Ming had never seen a spaceship with this new appearance. Li Ming stared at the spaceship blankly for a few seconds. It was exactly the same as what he remembered at the beginning. As his eyes turned back, Li Ming gradually entered the crowd. Among the many Selras people, Li Ming's figure was slightly conspicuous, mainly because of Li Ming's height. At the same time, this also gave Li Ming a good field of vision. Whether far or near, the field of vision was very wide, and all the aliens were in full view. An old Selras man sat on the ground not far away, breathing heavily and looking angrily at the aliens in the distance. Beside him were many Selras people, including Basbal. The old man was from the 9th level civilization. With his eyes narrowed, Li Ming had already figured out the reason. He turned his gaze to another group of aliens in the distance. After a quick look, Li Ming nodded slightly and whispered, "So, it's like this." The old man was the only 9th level among the Selras people, but he was already injured. It was obvious that he had experienced a battle before Li Ming arrived here, and it was the aliens on the opposite side who caused the old man to be injured. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and began to look at the aliens on the opposite side. The distance was not very far, and Li Ming could see clearly that the aliens were all plant-like in appearance. Among them, there were 2 leaders, 9th level and 7th level respectively, and both aliens had pomegranate-like heads. As he continued to watch, Li Ming's eyes had already detected some information from them. As soon as he discovered these contents, Li Ming's originally calm face immediately showed anger. "It's really them?" Li Ming said these words in a low voice. The information just detected included the fact that these people had attacked Li Ming's Nebula number 6. These aliens are Betbits, belonging to an intelligent civilization, an extraterrestrial civilization in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Li Ming constantly uses energy to explore the other party's details as much as possible. After all, the attack on Nebula 6 must be avenged. Just as Li Ming was pondering this matter, Akbar, the leader of the Betbits, who was a 9th level civilization, suddenly said, "Klee, hand over that thing." The old Klee glanced at the other party angrily, gasping for breath, and replied, "Akbar, you will never get it." Akbar then snorted coldly, waved his right hand, and 2 aliens came out from the group of aliens behind him. These 2 people were 9th level civilizations, but their appearances were completely different from Akbar, and they were not Betbits. "Klee, in order to deal with you, I specially found 2 helpers. If you don't hand it over, not only your life, but all of you Selrus will die," Akbar said viciously, with a fierce expression, as if he really wanted to slaughter all the people here. At this time, Baspal, who was beside Klee, was suddenly startled, and his eyes noticed the 2 9th level aliens behind Akbar. No wonder Pharaoh Klee was injured. Akbar actually found 2 9th level aliens to help. Baspal gnashed his teeth and whispered, although his expression was angry, but he had no way to do anything. Li Ming, who was far away, suddenly frowned, showing a look of surprise, and stared at the 2 9th level aliens behind Akbar. "Is it them?" Seeing the 2 helpers invited by Akbar, Li Ming suddenly spoke to himself and laughed. This sentence and laughter were not loud, but the aliens beside Li Ming heard it very clearly. Some turned around to look at Li Ming, and some stared at Li Ming with curiosity. At this time, the old man Klee looked at Baspal beside him, and then looked back at his own people, with a sad face, and a difficult expression between his eyebrows. Finally, his eyes looked at Akbar opposite. Akbar looked calm and even smug. The slightly shorter 7th level alien Agassi beside him suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Father, this old guy is stubborn. Let's teach him a lesson first." Akbar nodded slightly and suddenly raised his right hand. A ball of fire condensed on his palm. This was the ability of the intelligent and civilized elemental tribe. Looking at the fire in his hand, Akbar's eyes were already flashing with cold light. His expression instantly became fierce. He said coldly, "Klee, are you going to let your people perish? If you don't hand over that thing, I won't be polite." As he said this, the energy in Akbar's hand suddenly increased a bit. The fire in his palm expanded rapidly like a balloon, and it expanded dozens of times in an instant. The light and high temperature quickly filled the sky. The flame ball was 4 or 5 meters high in the air, with only a thin flame line connecting to Akbar's palm. From a distance, it looked like a balloon with a rope, but the aliens at close range knew clearly that this was the effect of Akbar's elemental energy. The flame ball in the sky looked like a human face, with eyes and a mouth, but they were all formed by flames, ferocious and terrifying. The blazing flames made a hissing sound, as if the flames were roaring. Akbar looked at Klee and the many Selrus behind him with cold eyes. "Klee, I'm asking you one last time, do you want to hand over that thing?" The voice pierced into the minds of many Selrus like an ice cone, like the judgment of the god of death. In front of a powerful 9th level, these low-level Selrus were left with only fear and worry. As the only 9th level existence, Klee was also seriously injured at this time, and was unable to fight again. His angry eyes seemed to see the god of death. Akbar's question was not answered, which made Akbar completely lose his patience. He closed his eyes in disappointment, and swung his right hand out. With a light wave of his arm, the flame flew out. The flame expanded several times the moment it left his hand, and it was more than 10 meters long and wide. The high temperature had already hit the whole body before the fireball arrived. What was even more terrifying was that there were a pair of black hole-like eyes and mouths on the flame. Facing the Selrus crowd, the mouth was like a lion that pounced on them, ready to swallow everyone in one bite. Facing this fireball, the Selrus people covered their eyes and bodies, and their expressions of fear were already fully revealed on their faces. But at this moment, Baspal suddenly stood up and stood in front of everyone, as if he was going to use his body to block the flames. "Baspal." Klee's old voice came out immediately, but it was impossible to stop it. Bang! A dull loud noise reached everyone's ears, and the fire flashed in front of everyone's eyes and then disappeared, just like someone flashed a flashlight in front of their eyes. After the firelight passed, the Selras people opened their eyes in surprise, some kept checking their bodies, and some looked around in confusion. Everything was as before, everyone was there, and no one was injured. The flames did not completely disappear, but quickly shrank several times. At this time, Baspel, who was blocking everyone, closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, but his body was not touched by the flames. When he opened his eyes, there was another figure in front of Baspel. This person was Li Ming. The tall figure blocked Baspel like a mountain, and Li Ming's arm was straight in front of his body, with his 5 fingers spread out. A layer of black barrier appeared in front of his palm. This barrier was round, like a huge sphere, and it was in a phantom state. The flame burned on the surface of the round phantom for a while, and then completely disappeared. Li Ming smiled slightly, clenched his 5 fingers, and the phantom sphere disappeared directly, as if it was held in Li Ming's palm. After doing this, Li Ming put down his right hand, and looked coldly at the Bet-Bit people opposite. Akbar looked at the exploding flames and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but when he saw that all the Selras people were safe and sound, his face immediately changed, full of gloom. At this time, Li Ming was so abrupt and so conspicuous. Akbar couldn't help but focus on Li Ming. Looking up and down, he could sense Li Ming's 9th level aura, but Akbar was not too surprised, but glanced behind Li Ming. Klee, so you also asked for help, but we have 3 people here. Akbar frowned slightly, and he was very concerned about Li Ming. After all, his attack just now was easily resolved by the other party. Klee was very surprised by Li Ming's appearance, but he could only see Li Ming's tall and unfamiliar back, and didn't know who Li Ming was. At this time, Baspel obviously recognized Li Ming, and with a surprised expression, he couldn't help but whispered, it's you. Li Ming didn't care about the reactions of the people behind him, and his eyes just looked at the people in front of him quietly. Akbar raised his right hand and said, Baal, Bean, now is the time for you to take action. Baal and Bean's eyes were round, and their bodies trembled slightly. Looking at Li Ming's figure, they couldn't help but tremble. The fear came from the heart, and their ears didn't even hear what Akbar said. Akbar also turned his eyes around in confusion and said, what's wrong with you? Have you forgotten the agreement we reached earlier? Hehe. Before Baal and Bean could answer, Li Ming's chuckle had already reached their ears. Baal, Bean, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Li Ming said casually, with an expression as if he was scolding his younger brother. Baal and Bean lowered their heads slightly and looked at each other. They were so timid that they even wanted to run away. Any changes in their mood could not escape Li Ming's eyes, and then he continued, Baal, Bean, I will give you a choice. Between the 2 of you and the Bet-Bit people, I can only let one side survive, so. Chapter 238, Killing. Facing 3 9th level civilizations, Li Ming's attitude was still, as if he didn't care about them at all, and his words seemed to control their life and death. Akbar's face changed slightly when he heard Li Ming's words, and his eyes turned left and right, and he began to pay attention to Baal and Bean behind him. But at this moment, Bean suddenly waved his right hand, and a gust of wind swept up with his arm, as if his arm was a huge fan, and he could stir up huge waves with just a slight wave. With a hurricane, the sand and dust on the ground whistled, and a sandstorm rose from the ground, covering the entire area in an instant. The other party's behavior and thoughts were all under Li Ming's control. He snorted coldly and said, does this count as giving up your chance to survive? As he said this, Li Ming aimed at that direction, and grabbed the void. As Li Ming's palm moved like this, layers of black barriers began to slowly emerge. These black barriers appeared around Akbar like gauze. At the same time as the black gauze barrier appeared, a spherical shadow fell from the sky, like a falling meteorite. Boom. A loud noise was heard, and the shadowy black ball hit Akbar's head, but the shadowy ball did not hit the ground directly, but stopped in the air more than 1 meter above the ground. As the shadowy ball fell, the previous hurricane stopped abruptly, and the sand and dust instantly fell back to the ground, and the scene became clear. Under the ball, Akbar, Baal and Bean all raised their hands with all their strength, and their expressions were tense, struggling to resist the shadowy ball. This dark ball was released by Li Ming using the Chain Demon Ball. The Chain Demon is a 9th level Stardust weapon. At the beginning, even Li Ming, who was far beyond the 9th level, could not resist it, let alone an ordinary 9th level one. The power of the Chain Demon Ball can only be discovered when the consciousness is deeply immersed in it. The power of this 9th level Stardust weapon is also being discovered by Li Ming bit by bit, and the falling meteor is one of its abilities. At this time, as long as Li Ming exerts force, the 3 people in front of him will be crushed into meat patties by this shadowy ball. Wait, give me a chance. Bean struggled to resist the shadow above his head and spoke with difficulty. Bally seemed to have the same idea, but did not speak in time. Their minds were all in Li Ming's eyes. Before Li Ming took action, he had given these 2 people a chance, but Bean did not want to offend the Bet-Bit people and was afraid of Li Ming. He had a fluke mentality and wanted to escape with a gust of dust. Unexpectedly, Li Ming's means were sharp and suppressed the opponent in time. Akbar half bent his body, turned his head stiffly, and looked at Li Ming. You guy, do you know our Bet-Bit civilization? Even if you kill me, Lord Hen will not let you go. Akbar still had an arrogant look, and his expression was full of dissatisfaction and unwillingness with Li Ming. Li Ming shook his head slightly and whispered, I hate you who have no ability and talk big the most. As he spoke, Li Ming's right hand suddenly clenched hard. Boom. A loud noise was heard, and the ground shook violently. The shadow ball suddenly fell to the ground, and dust and smoke floated everywhere. Akbar and his son, as well as Bal and Bean, disappeared. There was only a huge deep pit left where they stood before, and the ground around them had more than a dozen cracks. The dust and smoke soon dissipated in the breeze. There was no other object, except a large pit on the ground. The low-level Bet-Bit people in the distance were panicked at this time. They dared not stay for a moment. They turned around and ran quickly towards the spaceship in the distance. Li Ming had no interest in these minions. He raised his leg and walked forward. When he came to the edge of the deep pit, Li Ming looked down. 4 corpses were lying quietly at the bottom. He raised his right hand and grabbed the bottom of the deep pit. Several star bags floated out from the corpses. Blue light flashed under Li Ming's palm. The floating star bags disappeared automatically when they approached Li Ming's palm. After doing this, Li Ming turned around and looked at the Selras people behind him. He smiled slightly and walked over. Li Ming just took a short time from killing to looting the star bag, which was mainly due to the 9th level Stardust weapon. If it weren't for this, Li Ming could kill several people in front of him, but it would take some time. However, Li Ming didn't know that everything he had just done was recorded by a pair of eyes. Not far away in the sky, a small aircraft was floating quietly. An alien with a pointed head in the aircraft frowned, and this person was Bullet. From the moment Li Ming left the trading ship, Bullet had been following Li Ming from a distance. Li Ming's behavior just now was also recorded by him. He slowly raised his head and showed an incredible expression. Who is this guy? He even dared to kill the Bet-Bit people. Bullet's eyes turned and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have a great interest in Li Ming. At this time, Li Ming quickly walked through the crowd and walked straight into the tall building. The appearance of this huge building was no different from other buildings, but it was huge in size. Seeing Li Ming enter the building silently, Basbal slowly turned around. Coming to Klee's side and helping him up from the ground, Klee looked at Li Ming's back inexplicably and then turned his eyes to Basbal. Basbal then said, I met this man on a trading ship in the trading area. He has mutant crystals, so I brought him here to trade. Klee nodded in understanding and said, let's go, let's talk inside. With that, Klee walked slowly towards the building, followed by Basbal, and the others turned around and surrounded it. The interior of the huge building is divided into 2 floors, each of which is extremely tall. Except for a few thick stone pillars, there are alien decorations that Li Ming can't name. Opposite the entrance is a wide space. In addition to simple decorations, there are tables and chairs, which are the furnishings of the living room. There is also an operating table in the middle of the living room. The operating table here is extremely huge, no less than those giant spaceships. Li Ming's eyes only glanced at the operating table and saw the information inside. The operating table displays the information of the entire building area, and the information of each building is also displayed on it. Li Ming was looking at the operation table when two people slowly walked in from the gate. They were Klee and Baspel, and many other tribesmen were waiting outside. Klee stopped about 10 meters away from the operation table, smiled slightly, and said, "Thank you for your help just now, which saved the Selras people. I'm really grateful." Li Ming paused, snorted without turning his head, and replied, "This sentence really sounds a little strange." Saying this, Li Ming smiled and turned around, saying, "Stop talking nonsense, let's do the deal between us." Li Ming said straight to the point. Klee listened to this calmly, hesitated for a moment, glanced at Baspel beside him, and whispered, "You step back first, let me talk to him alone." Baspel was stunned at first, but soon bowed and left. Soon, only Li Ming and Klee were left in the huge building. After confirming that there were no other people, Klee took a few steps forward and said, "We need to discuss the transaction. What do you want? I have already made it clear to Baspel about this. 80 nebula powers." Li Ming replied immediately. Klee frowned, but soon regained his composure. The change in his heart was contained in an instant. He shook his head slightly and sighed. "In terms of the value of the mutant crystal, this number is worth it. But, looking at the entire Bidit star, no race has so much nebula power." This remark made Li Ming's expression change. Of course, what the other party said was not false. Any lie would be exposed in front of the wise eyes, but Li Ming was not really angry. He just stared at each other fiercely and said nothing. Klee naturally knew that what he had just said was inappropriate. Although it was true, it was not appropriate to say it at the moment. Then he hurriedly said again, "But please rest assured, although I don't have that much nebula power, I'm willing to take out other things for trading." Li Ming glanced at the other party with disdain, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Okay, as long as what you take out is valuable, I don't mind." Although he said so, Li Ming had his own plans in his heart, because under his wise eyes, Li Ming really noticed the information about Beijui. Hearing Li Ming's agreement, Klee smiled slightly and replied, "Then, please follow me." With that, Klee walked around the operating table, and walked to the back of the living room. Li Ming did not hesitate, and followed closely behind him. There was an open area directly behind the living room, without even a simple decoration, like a square. Klee looked around and walked slowly, as if in his eyes this place was not empty. Klee raised his arm, and waved it in the air. A red light flashed at his fingertips, and an alien symbol appeared in the air. The red symbol flashed and flashed, which was extremely strange. After the red light flashed a few times, it turned into layers of red ripples. The red ripples were like red liquid flowing through, and a metal door appeared. This strange scene made Li Ming feel a little novel. After all, Li Ming had never seen such a door that was directly opened from the vacuum. Klee turned back and smiled at Li Ming and took the lead to walk towards the metal door. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, took a quick look at the metal door in front of him, and then followed Klee's steps to walk inside. Li Ming could see a little about this metal door. From the visual point of view, the metal door was indeed made of metal, but when the consciousness sensed it, the door seemed to be transparent. Klee, who was walking in front, quickly disappeared in the metal door, and Li Ming followed closely. From the vacuum to the metal door, and then from the metal door to the direct penetration, all revealed the breath of wisdom and civilization. But what kind of tribe of wisdom and civilization was this? Li Ming didn't know. As far as the information about intelligent civilization that Li Ming had mastered was concerned, this ability did not exist at all. He walked through the metal door and came to a house. Although the door was illusory, the room was real. There were meteorite tables and rows of meteorite shelves. It was completely a storage room. Chapter 239, Coercion and Inducement. This is a Selras storage room. Take a look around. We will trade with you for anything you like. After scanning the storage room, Klee's eyes finally stopped on Li Ming. His eyes were full of confidence, as if the items in this storage room were all precious. Li Ming returned a look to him, then walked into the storage room, looking at each item carefully. There were 3 rows of shelves facing the door of the storage room. Li Ming walked slowly from one end of the shelves to the other, his eyes flashing with green light, and everything could not escape his sharp eyes. The first row of shelves were all some materials. These materials were not rare, but they were not common either. They were medium-level items. Some could be used to make pills, and some could be used for synthesis. They were indeed useful to a master like Li Ming, but Li Ming disdained them. Coming to the second row of shelves, some precious materials began to appear. Some were placed in star bags, and some were placed directly on the surface of the shelves. Most of these materials were used to synthesize stardust weapons, and were relatively valuable. There were many kinds of things, and Li Ming recognized them all, but this was not what Li Ming needed most at the moment. He began to follow Li Ming's footsteps, and pay attention to Li Ming's expression at all times. Li Ming looked at them, and shook his head slightly. Obviously, these things were not pleasing to his eyes. Li Ming's footsteps stopped when he came to the last row of shelves. The last row of shelves was a certain distance away from the previous 2 rows. There were 4 tables in this distance, and each table had something on it. Li Ming's eyes swept slightly and immediately recognized that the things on these 4 tables were star books. Li saw Li Ming's interested eyes, smiled and said, "These star books are the most precious things of us Selras people, and they are also relatively rare things in intelligent civilization. If you are not an intelligent civilization, don't look at these." Li Ming smiled, glanced at Li, and walked towards one of the tables, saying at the same time, "Li, are you going to exchange these miscellaneous things for mutant crystals? It seems you are not sincere about the transaction." As he spoke, Li Ming reached out and took the star book on the table in his hand and began to read the contents with his eyes focused. Li chuckled twice and said, "I don't quite understand what you said. If I wasn't sincere in the deal, I would never have brought you to this storage room. If you are not satisfied with the things here, then I have no other choice." Li Ming ignored him and continued to look at the star book in his hand. Li continued, "I know the value of the things here very well. You may not know the use of some things. If necessary, I can explain it to you." Li Ming still ignored him, but his mind had been withdrawn from the star book. Then Li Ming walked to another table and picked up the star book to look at it carefully. But this time, Li Ming said, "Li, since you don't want to say it, then I will say it for you. Don't you people of Selras have a baby?" As soon as these words came out, Li was stunned and stared at Li Ming intently. His lips trembled for a long time without speaking. Li Ming did tell Li's secret, but at the same time, this made Li a little worried. There is no doubt that precious items like BGUI cannot be taken out easily, but since Li Ming knows this secret, he probably came here for this purpose. Moreover, Li Ming is powerful and can easily kill 3 9th level people in seconds. He cannot afford to offend him. Li was thinking quickly in his mind, but Li Ming had already finished reading the star book in his hand and quickly walked to the next table. "Li, what's the point of keeping BGUI in your hands? It is no exaggeration to say that such a thing in the hands of you Selras people will only bring disaster to you, or even annihilate your race. Don't you understand this?" Li Ming said, while looking at the star book in his hand. Li still stood there motionless. He originally wanted to find an excuse to cover up the matter, but from what Li Ming said, he seemed to be sure that BGUI was in his hands. "So, your real purpose is actually for BGUI?" Li did not deny it and asked directly. Li Ming did not reply immediately. After reading the star book in his hand, he came to the last table, picked up the last star book, and said with a smile, "Your star books really opened my eyes and refreshed my understanding of intelligent civilization." As he spoke, he began to read the star book in his hand carefully. Kelly was a little nervous at this time, staring at Li Ming without blinking, and said, "Who are you?" Li Ming looked at the star book seriously, snorted, and said, "I'm the one who came to rescue you." Huh. Kelly made a sound of surprise and continued to look at Li Ming with wide eyes. Li Ming was still calm and said, "If you think Beigi is more important than your people, then not only will your people be exterminated in the future, but even Beigi will not belong to you. This, don't you understand it?" Kelly's eyebrows shrank, and he seemed to be thinking about something under his blinking eyes. "Huh, you mean, you want to exterminate our people?" Kelly seemed to have thought of the worst plan. But when Li Ming heard this, he glanced at the other party with disdain and said coldly, "Stupid. If I wanted to do it, I would not save you. Don't think that your possession of Beigi is a secret that no one knows. Moreover, with the current strength of your race, you are not worthy of possessing such a thing. It is almost useless except for being exterminated. Li Ming said sternly. These words were expressed very clearly, and Klee also understood the intention of Li Ming's words. Li Ming quickly finished reading the star book in his hand, and then put it back on the table. He turned his eyes to Klee and said, if you hand over Beigi to me, you can keep your people safe. I killed the Bedbit people and I took Beigi. You can spread this news, and let them find me, so that you can avoid danger. Moreover, I will give you some benefits. For you, this is the best result. Li Ming's words seemed to remind the other party, but there was also a warning in it, but he added some inducements at the end of the words. After hearing these words, Klee had to carefully consider the pros and cons. Just as Klee was hesitating, Li Ming's right hand turned over, blue light flashed, and two things appeared in his palm. These two things were not big, but the 9th level civilization recognized them at a glance. One was a mutant crystal, and the other was a star. Do as I said just now, and I will give you both of these things. If Li Ming's words about giving the other party benefits were just verbal expressions, then the two things he took out now were the most direct way to express those words. Klee was still hesitating, but when he saw these two things, Klee's eyes lit up. Okay, I agree. Klee finally replied. This answer was also the result of careful consideration. Although Beigi is precious, Klee is the only 9th level among the entire Selras people. He is simply unable to protect such a thing. Once the news of Beigi spreads, it is very likely that the clan will be exterminated. Considering all these, Klee could only agree. Klee took a few steps forward and came to the last row of shelves in the storage room. He lightly tapped the shelf with his finger, and a circle of red ripples slowly spread out, as if his finger tapped the water surface, rippling and flowing and covering the entire shelf. The red light flashed, the shelves faded and disappeared, and some round jars appeared in front of them. The jars were beautifully shaped like a work of art, which was extremely rare in alien civilizations, because aliens paid more attention to practicality, and did not care about appearance. The round jars were made of some kind of meteorite. Not only were the materials special, but the appearance was also carefully processed. Klee then raised his hand and pointed at the jar again. A white light shot out from the top of the jar. The light spread out in a diffuse shape, as if a light bulb was lit instantly. The light was not dazzling, but just illuminated all the surroundings. The light lasted for a while, and then began to decay, and a white object appeared. This object looked like a disc, 1 foot long and wide, and was white overall. There were black dots in the disc, densely packed. At first glance, it looked like the head of a sunflower. The crystal clear appearance seemed to be carved from a crystal stone, and it also released a faint energy breath. Li Ming stared at this object without blinking. With his wisdom, he could already be sure that this object was Beigi. Chapter 244 Star Records. Fuck. This is Beigi UI. This is really Beigi UI. He said to himself, his mouth slightly opened, his eyes wide open, his face slightly dull. Excited, of course, but Li Ming also knew the current situation very well. It took him less than 2 seconds to regain his composure, and his eyes looked directly at Kelly who was standing beside him. It is indeed Beigi UI. These two things belong to you. Li Ming said as he raised his hand and threw the two items out. Kelly was not polite and waved his arm to take the two things in his hand. When he opened his palm, the star glory and the mutation crystal appeared in his hand. Seeing that the other party accepted the two things, Li Ming then waved his arm, and blue light scattered from his arm to cover the jar. After the blue light passed, the jar was still there, but the Beigi UI on it was gone. It was Li Ming who put it into the star bag. After doing all this, Li Ming smiled at Klee and said, if the Bedbits come to us again, you can tell them that I killed the man and took the Beigi. In this way, you Selras people will not be in any danger. Klee smiled lightly, nodded lightly and said nothing more. After Li Ming explained all this, he turned around and walked outside. While walking outside, preparing to leave the Selras camp, he was thinking about what happened just now. Li Ming was surprised and amazed by the Beigi. With Beigi, Li Ming could synthesize the power of flowing clouds, which was a must for advancing to the first level civilization. However, Li Ming did not have enough nebula power to synthesize it now. Fortunately, Li Ming himself was a master of synthesis. As long as he needed materials, it meant that Li Ming would definitely get the power of flowing clouds. In his joy, Li Ming's mind still emerged in addition to the 4-star names he had seen before. These 4-star names also had a profound impact on Li Ming. First of all, it can be confirmed that the Selras people are indeed an intelligent civilization, but there are still some differences between their star names and the intelligent civilization that Li Ming knows. Two of them left a deep impression on Li Ming. One is the Magic Tribe and the other is the Magic Tribe. According to the information Li Ming has already mastered about the Selras people, in the development and cognition of the civilization of this race, the Magic Tribe is the origin of all intelligent civilizations. That is to say, the development of other tribes of intelligent civilization is based on the Magic Tribe. The star status of the Magic Tribe here is basically the same as that of Insignificant, both of which mention magic potions and electromagnetic wave electric energy attacks. But the difference is that the magic potions here do not explain any unique abilities, but only summarize the existence of such item abilities. Fortunately, Insignificant has an explanation of magic potions camouflage, and Li Ming has also successfully used this ability. From this point of view, it seems that the wisdom and civilization of the Selras people lagged behind Insignificant, but the Selras people have explained the development of magic potions at a deeper level. In the cognition of the Selras people, magic potions are diverse and camouflage is just one of the abilities of magic potions, and there are more uses that have not been shown. In this way, it seems that the cognitive level is higher than Insignificant. One proposes countless possible theories, and the other only knows one ability, and has put it into practice. There are contradictions, but it is also very interesting. As a 9th order civilization, Li Ming still couldn't understand this, let alone explain it, but this made Li Ming more interested in the mysteries of the universe. The other thing is the electromagnetic waves and electric energy attacks of the Magic Tribe. This is the only way for the Magic Tribe to attack. Li Ming has mastered this ability skillfully. In this regard, the Selras people have indeed shown their different cognition. The way of electromagnetic waves and electric energy attacking the Selras people is also different from Insignificant. Insignificant only recorded the attack method of electromagnetic waves, but the Selras people recorded many methods other than attack. For example, defense, changing objects, etc. But Li Ming just recorded the content inside. If you want to know more, you have to study it in depth. In addition to the Magic Tribe, there is the Magic Tribe. The magic here is not the magic that Li Ming knew on Earth before. Of course, there is still a certain connection between the two. If the magic of humans on Earth is just a visual effect, then the magic here is a real effect. In terms of human cognition, magic is fake, but here, it is all real, such as Klee opening the door to the storage room in an open space, which is one of the magic abilities. Although Li Ming was very interested, he would have to wait until he had time to study it carefully in the future. There were 4-star nationalities in the storage room. The 2 just now were the ones that Li Ming could see the clues of, and the other 2 were beyond Li Ming's cognition. The profoundness of intelligent civilization was far more complicated than Li Ming imagined, and all of these would take time to study carefully. After these records flashed through his mind, Li Ming's figure had already walked out of the camp of Selras. Li Ming walked alone in the vast desert, and his goal was the previous trading area. The desert sand was floating in the wind, and everything was hazy. Li Ming quickened his pace. Now Li Ming still had to exchange for some nebula power. After all, it took a full 100 nebula powers to synthesize the flowing cloud power. Just as Li Ming was moving forward, a huge black shadow whistled in the sky. He paused and looked up. It was a medium-sized spaceship. The shape of this spaceship was oblate like a rugby ball, and it slowed down as soon as it came to Li Ming's head. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the spaceship motionlessly, and the bottom of the spaceship flashed blue light, like a searchlight completely illuminating the area below. The blue light was like a barrier, and the wind and sand could not enter, being completely blocked. The next second, 7 figures slowly fell from the blue light. These people were not unfamiliar. They were the joint team that Li Ming met on the trading ship. When the figures of several people landed, the blue light disappeared automatically. Li Ming's eyes moved slightly, and after a light snort, his right hand was clenched tightly, but there was already a bit of strangeness in his eyes, because in Li Ming's memory, the other party had always been 8 people, but there were only 7 people in front of him. Looking carefully, the alien with a pointed head was not among them. Li Ming was just curious, and the snake-headed alien named Abel took 2 steps forward and said, "How are the things prepared?" Li Ming smiled lightly, glanced at the other party, and said, "Let's talk about the transaction when we get to the trading ship. It's not suitable here." Abel chuckled a few times, looked at the people beside him, sighed slightly, and said, "It seems you don't know much about our joint team. Don't talk nonsense, hand over the things, and we will let you go, otherwise." Li Ming's eyebrows were tightened, and his slightly narrowed eyes had seen through the thoughts of the aliens on the opposite side. These people were planning to use violence to forcibly take those things from Li Ming. Although the other side had a large number of people, Li Ming, who had the chain demon, was not afraid. The two sides seemed calm, but they were already on the verge of a fight, and undercurrents were surging. Li Ming's clenched fists emitted bursts of green light, and the 7 people on the opposite side also quietly operated their energy to prepare for action. The tense atmosphere was filled with the atmosphere of battle. One side was full of confidence, and the other side was fearless. However, just as the battle was about to begin, a flying machine flew from behind Li Ming. This flying machine was not big. It was a single pilot flying device, just like a motorcycle on Earth. The difference was that this flying machine was completely wrapped in metal, like a giant bullet. The appearance of the flying machine made Abel and others turn their eyes to the sky. Although Li Ming did not move at all, his strong spiritual consciousness had already sensed the existence of the flying machine. A whirring sound rang in his ears. The flying machine came to the middle of Li Ming, and Abel and others in the wind and sand, and slowly fell to the ground. Li Ming had never seen this type of flying machine before. He glanced at it casually, and did not care, but Abel showed a familiar look. The metal on the surface of the flying machine slowly faded, and it opened like a folding chair. An alien with a pointed head appeared from it. It was Bullet, who had been following Li Ming. Abel made a surprise sound and said, "Bullet, where have you been? Why did you come here just now?" Chapter 241. One person is missing from the team. I will fill the gap. Bullet first glanced at Li Ming, who was not far away, and then stepped off the aircraft and came to Abel's side. Bullet looked cautious and whispered something beside Abel, and his eyes did not forget to look at Li Ming several times while speaking. Abel nodded while listening to what Bullet said. When he heard a certain point, his eyes suddenly widened a little, showing a surprised expression, and looked at Li Ming, but then he became worried and frowned nervously. The other aliens also saw this change, but they didn't understand why. However, from Abel's expression and Bullet's cautious look, it can be seen that the situation seems to be a little wrong. What? Kill 3 9th levels in a second? And the bet people? Abel shouted loudly in surprise, staring at Bullet beside him, completely unable to believe it. This sentence was said in a loud voice, which was reasonable. The 9th levels around him heard it clearly, and they looked at each other, and some even looked at Li Ming. Bullet nodded slightly and replied, "I personally asked the Selras people, and that's right, so I came so late." As soon as this news entered his ears, Abel's original arrogance disappeared. At this time, he looked at Li Ming with a timid look on his face, and the matter of fighting had long been forgotten. Li Ming saw all the behaviors of these people, and their conversations and thoughts naturally could not escape Li Ming's eyes. After a slight smile, he said, "Since you insist on trading here, then give your price first." As soon as these words came out, Abel's figure was stunned, as if he suddenly shuddered. This? Abel didn't know how to respond for a moment, and his eyes sometimes looked at Bullet beside him, and sometimes looked at the people behind him. "Okay, we'll buy it at the market price." After some hesitation, Abel finally replied. As he said this, he turned around and whispered to the others, "Quick, take out all the nebula power." The others dared not have any objections at this time. They took out the star bags containing nebula power and handed them to Abel. After collecting 8 star bags, Abel turned to look at Li Ming. After a slight smile, he looked at the star bag in his hand with some concern. After a moment of hesitation, he threw it out. Li Ming waved his arm, and the green light flew out like a rope. After a rotation and winding, it pulled the star bags back to Li Ming's hand. Looking at the star bag in his palm, Li Ming's consciousness had already sensed the items in it. The amount of nebula power in each star bag was different, but the total was only 120. Seeing this number, Li Ming's face instantly turned ugly. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the other people coldly, saying, "You want to exchange my 3 things with just this little bit of nebula power?" Abel paused after hearing this, as if Li Ming's reaction was expected. After all, he had no intention of really using nebula power to trade for the things in Li Ming's hand. Moreover, Abel was very clear about the value of those things, which could not be traded with these 120 nebula powers. With his eyes slightly turning, Abel quickly thought about countermeasures, and at this moment, a fat alien behind him suddenly stood up. "Abel, are you scared by this kid? We are all 9th level civilizations, and the 8 of us are afraid of him alone." The slightly fat alien glanced at Li Ming angrily while speaking. At this time, a fat and big-eared alien in the crowd also stood up. This person was Ram, but before he could say anything, he was fiercely glanced at by Bullet, which made Ram swallow back what he wanted to say. Despite this, Li Ming could see that the fat guy named Ram was in agreement with the fat guy's statement. Abel was indecisive again. On the surface, 8 people against 1 person should be an overwhelming victory, but when he thought of what Bullet said, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Bullet saw Abel's confusion, turned his eyes, looked at the slightly fat alien, and said, "Bloom, what do you mean by that? We are a joint team, not a Star Raider. Have you forgotten?" Bullet said this, and kept winking at him. Bloom obviously didn't buy it. He snorted angrily and scolded, "What a bunch of cowards. I didn't say that when I joined you. Now you are all timid. If I had known, I would have joined other joint teams. You." Bullet wanted to say something else, but he stopped and restrained himself. However, Li Ming suddenly remembered something when he saw this, and smiled and said, "Well, I can sell this thing to you at a low price, but I want to join your team." Abel was shocked at first, but soon showed a helpless look. Before he could speak, Bloom said, "Who do you think you are? You still want to join our team? We are full." As soon as this sentence came out, Li Ming's attention suddenly shifted to the man named Bloom. There is no doubt that Bloom's words have ignited Li Ming's anger. At this time, Britt was also shocked. He didn't expect Bloom to say such a thing. He turned around and smiled at Li Ming, saying, "It's like this. There are 9 people in the joint team. Although we are still 8 people now, that place has been reserved, so we are also full." Li Ming smiled coldly, and the laughter was icy and piercing, as if a gust of cold wind blew through his heart. As soon as the sound passed, Li Ming raised his right hand and grabbed Bloom fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound rang in the heart, and all the 9th level people present were shocked, as if some force hit their hearts. Looking at Bloom at this time, a circular grey vortex appeared under his feet. The vortex existed in a phantom, like a rotating grey gauze light curtain. At the same time, 3 thick chains stretched out from the vortex. The chains were black, as thick as arms, and firmly locked Bloom's body. The chains, like the vortex, were in a phantom state, which was another ability of the chain demon, Hell Soul Lock. Bloom also immediately noticed the abnormality of his body. His face turned ugly in an instant. His body could not move at all, and fear quickly filled his whole brain. What's going on? I can't move. Bloom turned his eyes to check around, and tried to get rid of it in panic, but his body could not move at all. The 9th level people around him saw all this, and they were all filled with fear. These people had not even seen this kind of attack method, and they only knew what means Li Ming used. Li Ming looked calm and cold at Bloom. He raised his lips and said nothing. He suddenly clenched his outstretched hand, and the 3 chains tightened up, as if they had received some order. It was as if someone in the vortex suddenly tightened the chains. The 3 chains began to sink into the vortex little by little, and Bloom's body began to sink into it little by little along with the chains. The chains, which seemed to be phantoms, kept making a creaking sound, as if there were gears turning. Seeing Bloom being pulled into the vortex little by the chains, the surrounding 9th level people not only did not lend a hand, but instead stepped back a few steps and moved away from the vortex where Bloom was. Bloom struggled and made painful sounds, but facing the powerful chains, these actions seemed so pale and powerless. A few seconds later, Bloom and his chains disappeared in the vortex, leaving only a grey vortex on the ground. Everyone was wide-eyed at the ease with which they killed a ninth order civilization. Looking at Li Ming again, they were already in awe, with no distractions in their minds, and even the transaction had been forgotten. Li Ming retracted his right foot, and the grey vortex on the ground began to shrink, just like the sand on a circular sand table flowing to the center, getting smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. A gust of wind blew, and the dust on the ground fluttered, as if nothing had happened. After doing this, Li Ming's eyes turned sharp, and he looked at the remaining ninth order civilizations and said, "Your team is now missing one person, so, can I join?" Chapter 242, Hender and Hart gather. Ah, of course. Of course you can. Ebel nodded repeatedly while replying. Although the others did not speak, they also nodded with Ebel. Li Ming smiled and waved his right hand again, and a star bag flew out along his arm. Ebel was stunned, but he was relieved when he saw it was a star bag. He raised his hand to take the flying star bag. Looking at the star bag in his palm, Ebel immediately showed gratitude to Li Ming. Li Ming smiled faintly and said, "Your nebula power is only enough to trade these things. Do you have any objection to this?" "No, no, no," Ebel replied quickly. Although the others did not know what was in the star bag, they also smiled slightly without any objection. These people knew very well that with Li Ming's strength, even if he did not give them anything, these people would have no way to deal with it. But since Li Ming gave it, no matter what he gave, these people naturally did not dare to object. After collecting the things Li Ming gave him, Abel's expression became serious and he said, "Since you are already a member of our joint team, we will have to act collectively until the Chinese action begins. So, let's go to the camp first." Li Ming smiled and nodded, without saying anything more, and walked towards these people. Li Ming has officially joined the joint team, but he still needs to slowly explore the many details inside. After all, it is a big event to enter the Chinese system, so there will naturally be many details. Just when Li Ming had just joined the joint team, 3 giant spaceships arrived from the outer space of Bidded Star. 2 of the 3 spaceships were H-shaped and huge in size. They were clones, and the other one was semicircular, like an ellipse neatly cut in the middle. In a corridor of the H-shaped spaceship, an alien wearing blue armor and dragging a grey cloak walked quickly, with a solemn expression and a bit of seriousness. The snake-headed scepter in his right hand swayed beside him as his body swayed, lifelike, as if it were a real snake. Behind him were 2 ninth order civilizations and several 7th order civilizations, like leading a majestic team. Soldiers standing guard on both sides of the wide corridor saluted and stood up straight when they saw the alien. They did not dare to neglect him. The heavy footsteps kept coming out. As the supreme leader of the clones, Hatfield's face was not very good at this time. He walked through the corridor and came to a relatively closed cabin. As the cabin door closed, only Hatfield and the 2 ninth order civilizations behind him were left in the cabin. In the middle of the cabin was a round meteorite table, and in front of it was a huge screen. Hatfield came to the meteorite table and sat down. He glanced behind him and said, "Kettle, connect with Hawk first." A 9th order alien standing behind Hat nodded slightly, turned his eyes to the screen in front of him, stretched out his right hand and pointed lightly, and a white light shot out from his fingertips. As soon as the white light touched the screen, it turned into a white light curtain and disappeared. Then the screen flashed slightly, and a picture appeared. The figure of Hawk was on the picture. "King Hart," Hawk said after bowing across the screen. As soon as he saw Hawk, Hart turned his eyes and said, "I already know about your affairs on the alien planet. Let's put aside the matter of Nito for now. There may be a larger scale action on the Bidded Star next. You and Haskins must be prepared for the battle." "Yes." Hawk bowed quickly and answered in a hard voice. Hart nodded slightly, but his expression changed, and he glared at the other party, saying somewhat displeasedly, "Regarding the matter of the Tabitha people, I will personally deal with it after the matter of Bidded is dealt with, so, in the meantime, you need to arrange other people to monitor them." Hawk saluted again, nodded fiercely, and replied, "I have arranged people to keep an eye on them at all times. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Well. Hart smiled with satisfaction and said nothing more. Brick looked at Kettle behind him and said, however, you are responsible for your defeat this time. Now your subordinates and troops all obey Kettle's arrangements and are ready to fight at any time. Hawk was a little surprised to hear this. He could indeed see Kettle's figure on his screen. After showing a helpless expression, he reluctantly replied, yes. Hart did not speak, but just glanced at Kettle behind him. Kettle immediately understood, raised his arm again, and pointed at the screen again. A white light flashed, interrupting the connection with Hawk. After the screen flashed slightly, the picture suddenly switched, and a new figure suddenly appeared. The alien on the screen was also sitting quietly in front of a meteorite table. He was slightly fat, covered in black armor, and had a semicircular head like a fan. It was Hendrix. The two of them smiled at each other, as if they were familiar with each other, as soon as they met across the screen. Hendrix's eyes widened a little, and he smiled and said, Hart, it's been a long time since we last met. How come you look a little older? It seems that your igneous rock ability has improved a lot. Hehe. In my opinion, although this ability is powerful, if you keep practicing like this, you may become an old man. Hendrix said lightly, and did not forget to make a strange laugh. It sounded like a greeting, but it gave people a faint feeling of mockery. Hart's expression was serious, not caring at all, and he said, Hend, I came all the way here not to talk nonsense with you. The matter on the planet, but it was personally told by Adriana of the Central System. Let's talk about the situation first. Hehe. Of course. Hendrix nodded repeatedly, and his expression immediately became serious. He said seriously, according to the intelligence I obtained, the planet Bidit will assemble 3 joint teams this time, each with 9 people. It can be said that the scale of this time is very large. Hart's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he looked at Hend with a serious look, but he didn't say a word. 3 teams are equivalent to 27 9th level civilizations. This number almost covers all the high-level beings in the Orion Arm outer system. Even as a non-advanced 9th level civilization, it is impossible to deal with so many 9th levels at the same time. Hender was calm and not too worried. He continued, but there is only one joint team on the planet Bidit now, and the others have not yet gathered, so I want to hear your opinion on this point. Should we act now, or wait a little longer? Hendrix's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes turned slightly, waiting for Hart's opinion. Hatfield did not speak immediately. After thinking for a moment, he snorted and said, Hender, I came here to cooperate with you. In my opinion, you should hurry up and act. After all, if 3 joint teams really gather, it will be beyond our ability to deal with it. You can handle this single team by yourself now, and I will take action after the others come. You see, how about this? Hatfield said in a long and solemn voice, and his words showed that he attached great importance to this matter, but his expression revealed that he did not care at all. Hendrix did not respond. After a few seconds, he smiled slightly, nodded, and said, okay, this is a good suggestion. Then I will go to Bidit and take a look. If I need anything, I will contact you immediately. Hart said nothing, just glanced at the other party. The picture on the screen was interrupted and everything returned to calm. At this moment, a spaceship flew over a camp on Bidit. This spaceship was not big and belonged to a medium-sized spaceship. It was the spaceship that Abel and others were riding. And in the camp below the spaceship was an endless building area. These buildings had different styles, strange shapes, and different sizes, but the distribution of the buildings was very regular. The same buildings appeared in the same area, and after more than a dozen styles were spliced together, this large building area was formed. The location of the spaceship was the most central part of this building. There were 5 buildings in this place, which was also the largest building in the entire residential area. The spaceship slowly lowered and stopped in the air dozens of meters above the ground. A blue beam shot out from the bottom of the spaceship to the ground, and then 8 figures slowly fell from the blue light. Among these 8 people is Li Ming. Chapter 243 2 routes to enter the central system. Li Ming's figure fell to the ground with the blue light, and his eyes looked around. The first thing that caught Li Ming's attention was the 5 huge buildings. His current position was in front of one of the triangular buildings. The building was made of stones, and it looked very much like a pyramid on the alien planet, but the stones were all brown-green, which looked very strange. Such a familiar building made Li Ming think of something strange. After all, Li Ming came from Earth, and seeing buildings similar to those on Earth would make people fascinated. Although the appearance was somewhat similar, as soon as Li Ming landed, the building immediately showed another atmosphere, tall and majestic, as if every brick released a strange atmosphere, and from a distance, it seemed that the whole building was emitting green smoke. Abel turned around, smiled and glanced at Li Ming beside him, and said, "This SYNOPSIS tower is the temporary living area of our team, please go first." Li Ming was not polite, and took the lead in walking towards the building. At the bottom of the SYNOPSIS tower is a black portal, which is 4 meters wide and more than 6 meters high, almost the same size as the brickstone close to the ground. Li Ming did not enter directly. He stopped in front of the gate, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he used his wisdom to see through the portal. With the knowledge of the intelligent and civilized space-time tribe, Li Ming could see through the teleportation network inside with just a simple glance. Abel came to Li Ming again, leaned over and said, "There are still a few empty rooms on the top floor, and the location there is the best. You can stay there temporarily." Li Ming still ignored him. His eyes had already seen through what he wanted. He raised his right hand and pointed at the portal. A beam of green light flew out from his fingertips and reached the portal. The green light flashed and disappeared, as if there was no change. After doing this, Li Ming stepped into it. Li Ming's behavior seemed to be extremely familiar with this portal. It seemed that he had been here many times. This puzzled Abel and others, but they did not speculate too much. As soon as Li Ming disappeared, these people followed him into it one by one. The black light flashed again, and Li Ming came to a separate closed room. The layout of the house is very special, which is not seen in any civilization that Li Ming has seen before. There are vine-like things hanging on the wall, which are some decorations. These decorations are not ordinary things, and they release energy. The biggest function of decoration is to release energy, which can make the energy atmosphere of the whole room more intense, and it is more suitable for living. There is also a table in the corner of the wall, which is made of meteorite and has a strong energy atmosphere. Li Ming didn't care about these decorations, but a piece of star book on the table attracted Li Ming's attention. He glanced at it and walked over quickly. He took the star book in his hand, squinted his eyes, and looked at the star book with his wisdom ability. After just a simple look, Li Ming smiled slightly and became very interested in the content. "This star book is..." Whispering, Li Ming took the star book and came to the middle of the room and sat down cross-legged and began to quietly review the contents. This star book is not a star book of ability, but a star book of record. It mainly contains some content about entering the middle system. These contents are also the first time Li Ming recognizes them. With strong interest, Li Ming's consciousness has entered it. The critical point of the Bidet galaxy is the best position to enter the central system. There are 2 directions to enter the central system. One is a straight line and the other is a curve. The straight line is a straight path from the Bidet galaxy to the central system. This position is a relatively weak place in the planetary belt. If a large spacecraft is used for transmission, it will soon pass through and reach the central system, but so far, the foreign civilization has not really passed through here. Without crossing and exploration, it means that the foreign civilization has never mastered the safe coordinates, and the risk of rash transmission is very high. Therefore, the safest way to pass through here is to fly. However, according to the records in the star book, there is a joint space station of the central system civilization in this area, and there are advanced civilizations stationed in the space station, and this is the biggest obstacle to the boundary point of the Bidet galaxy. Seeing this, Li Ming couldn't help but touch his chin and whispered, "No wonder it failed to enter the central system. There is actually a space station of advanced civilization stationed." After a slight sigh, Li Ming began to continue reading the contents of the star book. In addition to this straight line, there is another route that leads to the central system. However, this route is triangular and zigzag. It needs to bypass the space station of advanced civilization and then turn to enter the central system. There is no space station of advanced civilization here, which is also a weak place in the planetary belt, so it is relatively easier. However, in addition to being far away, this route has a huge problem. That is, there is a strange galaxy, single star, at the coordinate point, where this route turns to the central system. There are a large number of planets in this galaxy, but most of them are small in size, and some are not even considered asteroids. Only one planet is relatively large, and it is an extremely mysterious planet, Abraham Star. If you want to enter the central system, you must cross this galaxy, and to cross this galaxy, Abraham Star is a must-go place. In other words, only after entering the single star system and logging on to Abraham Star can you turn to enter the central system. It doesn't sound difficult, but according to the records of the star book, this Abraham Star is very strange. According to the detection and inference, the planet is full of poisonous gas and wild beasts that have adapted to the poisonous gas. Any alien who enters will be corroded by the poisonous gas. Those who have tried to enter the central system through this route have never succeeded, which shows the power of this planet. After reading this information, Li Ming put the star book in his hand aside, frowned, sighed lightly, and shook his head uncontrollably. Both routes are extremely dangerous, and it is almost impossible to pass safely. Talking to himself, Li Ming was also worried. It was so difficult, Li Ming could understand it. After all, this place was the conclusion reached by many civilizations after countless attempts. Li Ming just knew about these cognitions, and it was even more impossible to break this situation easily by his own strength. As far as entering the central system is concerned, Li Ming's urgency is much higher than that of other 9th level civilizations. The central system has abundant energy and resources, which is more conducive to advancing to advanced civilization. This is the goal of all 9th level civilizations, but Li Ming is different. The materials required for Li Ming's advancement are 3 times that of ordinary 9th level civilizations, which will undoubtedly be more difficult. Therefore, Li Ming is more eager to enter the central system. The purpose of the establishment of the joint team is to unite and forcefully pass the critical point from a straight path. Even if they have to face the space station of an advanced civilization, they have to try. As for how much chance there is, it is hard to say. This is a matter of life and death, because once it fails, the nebula will be shattered, and the price of life will be paid. Li Ming needs to think carefully about this. According to the information Li Ming obtained from Abel's brain, it will take some time before the Chinese action, mainly because the other 2 joint teams have not yet arrived at the bidded star, and even the team Li Ming is in has one person who has not arrived. So there is still a lot of preparation time. Li Ming's eyes slowly closed, and his mind began to think about the preparations related to this Chinese action. In Li Ming's star capsule, there are nebula pills and secret fortress pills, which are pills that Li Ming constantly strengthens himself. In addition, there is the 9th level stardust weapon that Li Ming obtained, the Chain Demon. The Chain Demon has a variety of abilities, which Li Ming has fully mastered. In addition, Li Ming also has spiritual civilization and wisdom eyes. These abilities and items are enough to make Li Ming look down on all the 9th level. Li Ming stored a large amount of beast essence and bought a large amount of materials on the trading ship. It was extremely important to refine all the beast essence into secret fortress pills. However, before doing this, Li Ming still thought of the 4-star classes of the Selras people. Among them, magic and magic still need Li Ming to practice and master. In addition to these 2, the remaining 2 have attracted Li Ming's attention. Magic casting is one of them. This ability is to cast weapons related to magic and intelligent civilization, or other tools. This is also common in other civilizations. Different civilizations will create these things according to their own civilization. But the Selras people are obviously different. Some content in this magic casting is still extremely attractive to Li Ming. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Hendrix's Invasion. The first thing mentioned in the magic casting star book is the refining of stardust weapons, most of which are exclusive weapons of intelligent civilizations. The other is the tools of the magic tribe, the spacecraft and aircraft of the entire civilization, etc. Everything that needs to be cast comes from this magic casting. These are not what attracted Li Ming, but the information about artifacts and magic weapons mentioned in the last content of the star book is what attracted Li Ming the most. First of all, there are artifacts. Artifacts are divided into 12 levels and 2 energy bodies, also known as the 12 lists of Heiau artifacts. The main source is casting. According to the different energies contained in the materials, high energy and high power weapons are created. Muxu ranks 11th, which is light energy, a relatively common energy. The information details the power, energy volume, and simple identification and application of artifacts of this level. It is very important for Li Ming to read the content in detail. In addition to artifacts, there are also magic weapons, also known as the Hanshao magic weapon 9 palaces. There is no ranking here. Anything that meets the standard can be listed as a magic weapon, and then the position of the magic weapon in the 9 palaces is determined according to the properties, power and applicable civilization of the magic weapon. Like the Heiau artifact, the Hanshao magic weapon has no fixed number in the universe, but this powerful and precious weapon is often in the hands of advanced civilizations, and a very small number of them have drifted to other places in the universe for other reasons. Seeing this, Li Ming remembered the item on his body, and muttered, "Could it be? I really got a divine weapon." With a flip of his right hand, a black thing the size of an egg appeared. It was a seed of something that Li Ming had never figured out before, but a young sprout had grown on it, which was extremely strange. Li Ming took the object in his hand and carefully studied it, and his spiritual consciousness entered it. Li Ming, who has the ability of flying dragons, can use his spiritual consciousness more flexibly. With his eyes narrowed, his palm flashed with green light, as if adding a film to the object, and information about this object was also being detected by Li Ming bit by bit. Just as Li Ming was concentrating on studying this object, a spaceship in the distant outer space was approaching the bedded star bit by bit. This spaceship was driven by Adriana from the Central Space Station. Her silver grey figure sat quietly in front of the console, and her eyes kept observing the movements of the console. The console was round, like a mirror, which was completely different from ordinary consoles. The calm surface seemed like still water, and the bright spots kept flashing and rippled, just like a stone falling into the water. Looking at the bright spots on it, Adriana's empty eyes suddenly widened a little. After one of the green dots flashed slightly, a message appeared. The content of the message was, "Xenozoi's trajectory has changed. You should first execute the clearing and killing plan. If there are any changes, I will contact you again." Adriana blinked slightly and said to herself, "Then, we can arrive at the planet bid in advance." As she said this, Adriana looked back at the console, and at the same time, she pointed her finger and determined the new transmission target. At this time, on the planet Bidit, a semicircular spaceship was flying slowly in the air. However, the spaceship was so huge that it was like a dark cloud suddenly descending. The sky suddenly darkened. The location where the spaceship arrived was the assembly camp. As the spaceship approached, a rumbling sound was heard. This sound was made by the spaceship in the sky. Along with this harsh sound, some chaos occurred in the construction area below. Many aliens walked out of the building and looked up at the sky. These aliens were people who had lived here for a long time. Although there were often chaos on the planet, there had never been such a large spaceship pressing in. The rumbling sound was a warning, as if warning everyone that you are about to be invaded. In the Sinuan Tower, 7 9th level aliens gathered together, looking at each other in confusion. Abel took the lead at this moment and said, "What's going on outside?" Bullet raised his hand and pointed at the operating table in the room, only to see the blue light flashing, and a picture appeared. Glancing at the screen displayed on the console, Abel was startled. His face changed slightly, and he said, "Hendrix?" His tone seemed to be full of fear of this person. When he read out this name, the others couldn't help but whisper to each other. The light on the console flashed, and a message had been received. Abel glanced at Bullet beside him and didn't speak. Bullet then clicked on the console again, and a video screen was played. In the screen, a sturdy alien with a semicircular head said fiercely, "Give up the Chinese action. This planet is about to face a disaster. Ha ha ha." With a simple sentence, the picture disappeared directly. Abel frowned and fell into deep thought, whispering in confusion, "Hendrix actually came forward to stop our joint team?" So saying, Abel personally came to the console, waved his right hand gently, and operated on the console. The blue light flashed again, and a new picture appeared. The previous video was recorded, but this time it was a video link. Hendrix's face reappeared, and he glanced at Abel and said, "Oh, Abel? It's you? Are you going to join the Chinese system?" Hendrix recognized Abel at a glance, and seemed to have some communication with him, so his tone became casual. Abel stared at him with dissatisfaction and said, "Hend, what do you mean?" Hendrix smiled and said, "Abel, given our friendship, I solemnly warn you that it's best to give up this Chinese operation, otherwise, I will be rude." Abel paused for a moment and did not reply immediately, but at this moment, Li Ming's figure suddenly flashed from the portal and came into the room. Li Ming's appearance also attracted the attention of other aliens. Abel's eyes turned, and he saw Li Ming in the crowd not far away. Then he stared at the screen on the console again and said, "Hend, you should know how many civilizations are involved in this Chinese action. If you really want to intervene in this matter, have you considered the consequences? Besides, what good will it do for you to intervene in this matter?" Hendrix's face immediately darkened and said, "Abel, I naturally have my purpose for doing this. If you continue to insist on your own way, the consequences, I'm afraid you can't bear it." The muscles on Abel's face twitched slightly, and he looked at Hendrix in front of him, with a heart full of anger that he could not vent. After all, the strength of the man in front of him was extraordinary. Hendrix raised his lips slightly, chuckled twice, and said, "Abel, I might as well tell you something directly. Do you know why your joint team has not yet gathered 9 people? Because the person who signed up is my subordinate, and he also signed up for the other 2 teams, so your actions are all under my control. Give up. Don't make unnecessary struggles." Hendrix said proudly, and a sinister and treacherous look appeared on his face. Abel was shocked when he heard the news, and looked back at the others, frowning and gritting his teeth. A few seconds later, Abel turned his gaze back to the screen and said sternly, "Hender, I have been preparing for this for a long time. No one can stop me, and I will not give up." Hender, who was originally sitting on the screen, stood up at this moment, and his whole face was closer to the screen. He said, "Okay, then I will wait for you outside. If you can defeat me, I will not stop you. Or, if anyone in your team can defeat me, I will not stop you. But, I warn you, I will not show mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, the connection to the screen was directly disconnected, and the operating console was restored to its original state. Abel waved his arm, and turned to look at the others. At this time, those people had different expressions and complicated looks, and some even seemed at a loss. Li Ming was naturally among them. At this time, Li Ming used his wisdom eyes to scan, and a lot of information had entered his mind. He immediately understood the whole story and the reason. Chapter 245, Hender's carelessness suffers a setback. Abel naturally saw Li Ming, and he was also clear about Li Ming's strength, so Li Ming was definitely the best choice to deal with Hendrix. His eyes rolled, and finally stopped on Li Ming. After hesitating for a while, he walked in front of Li Ming and said helplessly, "In the current situation, I must." As soon as Abel opened his mouth, Li Ming raised his hand to stop him from continuing. After a slight smile, he said, "I know." Abel opened his eyes wide in surprise, and even asked in some doubt, You know?" Li Ming snorted disdainfully and said, "A mere 9th level can stop so many of you. Then, how are you going to pass the advanced civilization at the critical point?" Abel lowered his head in shame, wanting to say something, but didn't say anything. At this time, Bullet on the side spoke. "How can we generalize this? Hendrix is a non-advanced 9th order civilization. His own strength has been improved many times, and we cannot deal with him directly. However, it is different for critical point advanced civilizations. We have almost no chance to confront them head on. Whether we can enter the middle system depends entirely on luck," Bullet said while looking at the others. Li Ming did not respond immediately, but looked at Abel. Abel looked at Li Ming, still showing a puzzled expression, and said, "What do you mean?" Li Ming smiled slightly, and his eyes returned to Bullet, and said, "Bullet, everyone understands what you mean, but now you can't even get out of Bidit Star. How can you talk about entering the middle system? So, I suggest that we go out together later. There is no need to challenge each other alone. Isn't it better for everyone to do it together?" Li Ming did not forget to glance at the others while speaking. These words from Li Ming's mouth made these people feel relieved, and they kept looking at each other and whispering. These people knew Hen's strength, but they knew Li Ming's ability better. If Li Ming took the lead, these people would naturally be very relieved. Their thoughts naturally could not escape Li Ming's eyes. After noticing this, Li Ming said again, "Abel, you continue to contact other teams and ask them to get rid of Hen's people and come to Bidit Star as soon as possible. Once the 3 teams are united, no one can stop them before entering the central system." Abel nodded repeatedly, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay. Let's do it." Li Ming nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the others and said, "Let's go. Let's go meet the guy named Hendrix first." As he spoke, Li Ming took the lead and walked towards the portal. Above the assembly camp, the giant semicircular spaceship was motionless, and in the airspace in front of the spaceship, Hend was floating alone in the air, looking coldly at the SYNOPSIS tower not far away. In the construction area around the camp, a large number of aliens gathered around and looked up at the space, but they didn't understand why, so they could only talk about it. After a moment, a strange light shone under the SYNOPSIS tower, and 7 figures floated into the air. They were the many Ninth Order civilizations led by Li Ming. Hendrix's face changed when he saw so many people coming out. After scanning them, he asked sternly, "Why are you here? Where is Abel?" Li Ming looked at him with contempt and said, "One of us is enough to deal with you. Abel didn't come out just to save some face for you." Humph. Hendrix's attention was immediately focused on Li Ming, and he said, "What a big tone." Li Ming looked around and whispered, "When I take action later, you will follow me and take action." These Ninth Order civilizations nodded repeatedly after hearing this, but did not speak. After confirming that their thoughts and words were consistent, Li Ming's eyes returned to Hendrix, and he flew into the air and actually took action directly. Li Ming's sudden action startled Hendrix on the opposite side. After all, those who knew Hendrix's name knew that he was a very powerful existence among the Ninth Order, but Li Ming's sudden attack was beyond his expectation. Because he had already planned to take action, the electromagnetic wave had already condensed while flying, and he threw it at Hendrix. The powerful electric light flew out with a sharp sound of sizzling, and even the residents on the ground far away could hear it clearly. Hendrix snorted coldly, as if he didn't take Li Ming's electromagnetic wave into consideration at all. He clenched his right hand tightly, and a white light curtain had formed on the surface of his fist. He punched hard at the electromagnetic wave. "You think this little attack?" Hendrix whispered disdainfully, and his fist went straight up, but as soon as he got close to the electromagnetic wave, the whisper in his mouth suddenly stopped. The energy of the electromagnetic wave in front of him was not something that an ordinary Ninth Order intelligent civilization could release. Its power could not be distinguished from the surface at all, and it could only be detected when it got close. Bang! The deafening sound spread out, and the dazzling light enveloped the entire assembly camp, making it impossible to look directly at it, as if a sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The electromagnetic wave did not produce a very strong shock wave, but it continued to release strong light energy on the spot, and the scorching high temperature formed a heat wave that spread around. If anyone was at the core of the electromagnetic wave explosion at this time, they would definitely die. Li Ming stood in the air confidently, looking down at the location of the electromagnetic wave explosion. The light quickly disappeared, and the high temperature also faded a little bit. A black shadow appeared at the location of the electromagnetic wave explosion. It was Hendrix, but at this time, the opponent had long lost the previous fierce and complacent look. The whole body was constantly emitting green smoke, as if he had just experienced a big fire, and cracks appeared in more places on the armor on his body, as if it would break at any time. Hendrix's embarrassed appearance was seen by everyone, which made Hendrix even more angry at this time. "Are you also an advanced 9th level?" Hendrix raised his eyes, stared at Li Ming, and whispered. Li Ming shook his head slightly and said, "No, I plan to enter a higher civilization." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ming slowly raised his right hand, and another powerful electromagnetic wave formed on his palm, but this time it was different from the previous one. The strong light was jumping in the arc, and sometimes there was a green light flashing, which was extremely weird. Seeing the electromagnetic wave on Li Ming's hand again, Hendrix was stunned. The previous disdain and arrogance had completely disappeared. Now he was a little afraid, but the anger in his chest immediately overcame his reason. He clenched his fists at the same time. At the moment of clenching his fists, a white barrier was formed. From a distance, Hendrix seemed like a mechanical body, with white square barriers all around his body. Each barrier was 2 meters long and wide, rotating around Hendrix like a piece of mirror, protecting Hendrix's body in several layers inside and outside, and powerful energy was constantly released from it, which made people timid. Li Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Hendrix, and his expression became nervous. The energy displayed by Hendrix was indeed powerful, completely different from that of ordinary Ninth Order civilizations. This was also the first time that Li Ming fought against a non-advanced Ninth Order civilization, so he naturally had to be as careful as possible. Looking at the other party so seriously, Li Ming did not forget to turn his eyes behind him, only to see that those Ninth Order civilizations had no intention of stepping forward to attack, which made Li Ming frown in confusion. After all, Li Ming had already agreed with them before the action. As long as he took action, these people would naturally join him, and Li Ming also used his wisdom eyes to see their thoughts at the beginning, and what he said was exactly the same as what he thought. Why didn't these people take action? Li Ming turned back and muttered to himself in confusion, with even a little anger in his eyes, but more of confusion and doubt. At this moment, a voice rang in Li Ming's ears. The wisdom eye can only see their thoughts, but cannot see into their hearts, so their current behavior is inconsistent with what they thought before. This voice came from Mo, who had the ability of the 6th domain Maxing Hukong, and his mental power was almost comparable to Li Ming's, but the direction of induction and perception was different, so the beast Yun Qi naturally could not prevent the penetration of his mental power. However, Li Ming was surprised to suddenly hear Mo's voice at this time. Chapter 246, Fierce Battle. Boy, see the power of a non-advanced 9th level. Hendrix's angry shout suddenly entered his ears. Li Ming's head turned sharply, and he saw a flash of white light. Hendrix, wrapped in a square barrier, had already pounced on him. The barrier had arrived before the person arrived. Li Ming did not dare to neglect it, and threw the electromagnetic wave in his right hand out. After the electromagnetic wave left his hand, it did not fly towards Hend. Only the flash of lightning was seen, and the electromagnetic wave condensed and twisted into a white lightning bird. After a sharp cry, it flew to the distant sky. Li Ming's figure moved with it and flew away. Looking at Hend's current state, Li Ming chose to temporarily avoid the edge. This was not because Li Ming could not resist, but Li Ming was deeply touched and remembered after listening to Mo's words. This also refreshed Li Ming's understanding of the ability of the wisdom eye. Before this, the wisdom eye had always been Li Ming's ability to spy on the secrets deep in the brains of other aliens, and it was also Li Ming's ability to see danger in advance, but this also made Li Ming overly dependent on this ability, and even mistakenly believed that what he saw was absolute. When communicating with the Ninth Order civilization of the joint team, Li Ming could be sure that he saw the other party's mind, and that he wanted to cooperate with him to fight together, but this was not the case. Although these people did think so at the beginning, now that idea has changed, which made Li Ming in a state of fighting alone. This temporary change, coupled with what Mo said, made Li Ming personally realize that the use of the wisdom eye ability must be appropriate. While flying to the distance, Li Ming's body also began to change, and a little halo appeared around him. Li Ming's eyes also looked back at Hendrix with disdain. Power civilization. It's just right to test my new ability. Li Ming whispered in his mouth, and his body paused. His sharp eyes turned, staring at Hendrix like the god of death. The pupils in his eyes quickly rotated, turning from black to golden water droplets, as if there was a golden tadpole in his eyes. Li Ming's body was shining with white light, and arcs were jumping. His whole body was flashing in the white light. Those arcs seemed to have drilled out of Li Ming's body. When the arcs jumped, they connected to each other, like a puzzle. The sound of crackling was heard directly in his ears. In just a moment, a set of armor formed by arcs had formed on his body. From a distance, Li Ming seemed to have turned into an electric superman. The armor seemed to be a transparent arc, but it gave people a magnificent and hard feeling, as if anyone who was touched by the armor would be injured. Anyone who saw this form could not help but show worry and fear. Is this an elemental warfare method? Hend also showed a look of doubt, but his body was already on the verge of an arrow, and there was no stopping. The teeth in his mouth were tightly clenched together, and a few words burst out from between his teeth. How can a mere fighting method withstand my attack? With a loud shout, Hend had already arrived in front of Li Ming, and the fist of his right hand went straight to Li Ming's face. As his figure approached, the square barriers began to overlap quickly and stuck to the surface of his body like pieces of plasters, forming a white light armor. Li Ming was not panicked at all, and his expression was calm. He raised his right hand and reached out. Li Ming's action was like preparing to pick up something, and he pointed his open 5 fingers at Hend and grabbed it. Boom. The deafening sound resounded through the sky, like a flash of thunder passing by the air, and white light scattered with arcs. Every arc flashed like a crack in space. Li Ming grabbed the other's fist with a solemn expression, and the energy armor on the surface of both sides collided like 2 bombs. With a roar, circles of waves continued to spread. From a distance, the center where the two met was constantly emitting energy, just like someone blowing up a balloon, and the energy from the collision between the two was like 2 balls of gas, constantly colliding, accumulating, and exploding. The surrounding space and the buildings on the ground were all shaking and trembling in these waves of lines, just like an earthquake circulating and spreading. Hendrix showed a somewhat strenuous expression. His lips flipped, his sharp teeth clasped together, and his eyes opened wide and round. How is it possible? This guy actually, as a non-advanced 9th level civilization, Hendrix constantly used the power of Star Glory and Star Altar to strengthen himself with the power of the nebula. Although he gave up the possibility of continuing to advance to the 1st level civilization, his 9th level was already very powerful, and there were few rivals in the outer system. Now he couldn't even defeat an alien of unknown origin. Li Ming, who was confronting him, also exerted his strength secretly at this time. Compared with the other party, Li Ming was not so strenuous, but this also made Li Ming see the powerful energy of non-advanced 9th level civilizations. The ability that Li Ming is using right now is exactly the magic electromagnetic waves of the Selras people. The magic electromagnetic waves of the Selras people have the same ability as the elemental warfare, which can transform the electromagnetic wave energy into armor and use it to fight the opponent in close range. The elemental warfare is a branch of the intelligent civilization elemental tribe. Li Ming has already learned about this when he was on Inkina Star, but he didn't know that the electromagnetic waves of the magic tribe could be used in this way. The use of this ability is not as simple as it seems. In addition to mastering the ability of element, the elemental warfare must also have a strong body as a foundation, otherwise it is impossible to reach this level. Fortunately, after Li Ming was strengthened by the secret barrier pill, his body can easily adapt to this ability. The confrontation between the two people at this moment is a competition of energy bodies. Li Ming has 3 civilizations, and the energy in his body is 3 times that of an ordinary 9th level, which is much stronger than the non-advanced 9th level, so he naturally has a slight advantage. Brit and others in the distance also stared at the two people confronting each other in the air, and sometimes looked at the other 9th levels beside them, saying, "Everyone, get ready to fight." Fight? Really want to fight? The fat-headed and big-eared ram was the first to show doubt. Brit snorted and said, "Of course we have to fight. Can't you see that? Hendrix's energy is inferior to that of our new team member. Isn't this the best time to fight?" Ram and the other 9th level warriors saw this clearly, but after some hesitation, Ram said, "Hend is indeed at a disadvantage, but he is more than enough to deal with us. Anyway, they have already fought, so we might as well wait." Ram's intention was clearly expressed in his words. Brit's eyes rolled slightly without any response. Just when these people were still hesitating whether to join the battle in the sky also changed at this time. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Hendrix and Li Ming, who were originally confronting each other, retreated and the two did not completely decide the winner. Hendrix's eyes were gloomy and dark, his expression was extremely serious, his body slowly floated up, and his eyes looked at Li Ming with even more anger. If you can't even deal with an ordinary 9th rank, how can you stop others? Hendrix looked at Li Ming, and then at the 9th ranks in the distance. There was no doubt that he had to defeat Li Ming first, even if he wanted to make an example of him. Li Ming's slightly narrowed eyes also saw the other party's mood. Well, the ability of the Selras people seems to be more suitable for me. Li Ming thought so, raised his head slightly, and looked at the sky. In the sky, a large bird formed by electromagnetic waves was still circling and flying. Although it had no intention of attacking, its existence itself was a deterrent. Hendrix knew this, and after glancing at the sky, he didn't care too much. After taking a deep breath, all his attention was on Li Ming. Staring at Li Ming like this, Hendrix's body began to change. Purple electric light began to overflow from the surface of his skin, and the metal armor on the surface of his body made a creaking sound. The original cracks quickly split along the armor and gradually broke and fell off. Without the metal armor, Hender's upper body was completely exposed. Purple arcs began to appear on the surface of his body. As his body continued to expand, the density of the purple arcs became stronger and stronger. Unconsciously, his entire body was completely covered by the electric light. The previous white light had disappeared, leaving only purple arcs, as if Hender had turned into a purple lightning man. At this time, in the giant semicircular spaceship, the two 9th level aliens in front of the operating table looked at the screen on the operating table with concentration, and the two even looked at each other. Is Lord Hender going to use purple lightning strike? A slightly fat alien said in surprise. Another thin alien also frowned and whispered, someone can actually force Lord Hender to this point. Not only the giant semicircular spaceship, but also the H-type spaceship in space also detected this. Hatfield's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but say, in the outer system, there is actually such a powerful person. Chapter 247, The Power of the Chain Demon. Hendrix's changes were clearly visible in front of the wisdom eye, and Li Ming became more cautious, staring at the other party with his eyes slightly narrowed. The purple arc was extraordinary. It was the state of high density energy gathering. The greater the density of energy, the more qualitative changes its appearance and color would undergo. The purple arc was not electrical energy, but just a state of high density energy, which fully proved the opponent's strong energy. Li Ming did not dare to neglect it at all, but at this moment he felt a little regretful. This battle had deviated far from what Li Ming expected, because before this, Li Ming planned to cooperate with other 9th level masters to defeat Hend, but he did not expect that he still made a wrong judgment. This was also the disadvantage of over-reliance on the wisdom eye. There was no way out, and Li Ming could only fight with all his strength. He slowly raised his right hand, and a white light spot appeared above his palm. After a second, the light spot instantly spread and expanded to form a light shield that surrounded Li Ming in the middle. This was the shield of the star furnace. As soon as the shield was formed, Li Ming had no time to do anything. A flash of purple light appeared, and Hend's figure flew over like a bullet, extremely fast, and flashed. Bang! A crash sounded, and Li Ming used his arms to block the opponent's attack. This block felt like being hit by a speeding train. The powerful impact caused Li Ming's body to be ejected. His body could not stop falling to the ground. He could only see a muffled boom in the building on the ground in the distance. Several buildings were instantly shattered, and dust and smoke were floating. Li Ming's figure could no longer be seen in the field of vision. This attack made Bullet and others startled, and they looked at Hend in horror. Li Ming, who had the upper hand in the confrontation just now, was directly knocked to the ground in a flash. How could it not be surprising? Hendrix looked at the situation on the ground and laughed coldly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he was extremely proud. The dust and smoke gradually dissipated, and a deep pit appeared under the damaged building. Li Ming half squatted in the pit, with one hand on the ground. His expression was calm, and there was even a slight smile on his face. Hendrix looked down and said H's voice. Under his gaze, Li Ming was actually safe and sound, and even showed a strange smile. A few seconds later, a faint golden light flashed behind and in front of Li Ming's body, and the golden light changed from light to dark, and finally turned into a golden shield, more than 10 meters high and wide, existing in the form of a phantom, but giving people a thick and hard feeling. Li Ming's figure slowly stood up, and with Li Ming's actions, the two golden shields also rose and fell, as if they were part of Li Ming's body. The fourth star of the Selras people, magic shield. Li Ming whispered to himself, and his smug expression was full of satisfaction with his ability. Hendrix became even more angry when he saw this, and gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible." Bang! A flash of purple light. Hendrix was still in the air a second ago, and the next second Hendrix had already reached the magic shield in front of Li Ming. Snap! With a crisp sound, as if a piece of glass suddenly broke, the golden magic shield that was more than 10 meters high shattered instantly, but as soon as this magic shield disappeared, a new magic shield appeared. The new magic shield was only 10 meters high and wide, and was also golden. Hendrix's momentum did not decrease, and he continued to rush towards the second magic shield. Snap! With another crisp sound, the second magic shield also shattered, but soon a third one appeared, but this third one was only 7 or 8 meters high and wide. From a distance, the golden magic shield seemed like a domino, with the largest one on the outside. Once it broke, a smaller one inside would appear. If it broke again, an even smaller one would appear inside, and so on. 5 magic shields broke one after another, and Hendrix was already less than 10 meters away from Li Ming, but his offensive had already failed. Under layers of resistance, the powerful impact force had disappeared. Li Ming looked up with disdain, and glanced at the other party, saying, "Is this your strength?" Hendrix's body stopped in front of a 2-meter high golden magic shield, and could not move forward a single step. He could only grin, and look at Li Ming angrily, without any solution. "Since this is all you can do, then, you can go to bed." As he spoke, Li Ming's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed Hendrix with his right hand. Black energy surrounded Li Ming's hand, and a grey vortex-like curtain appeared under Hendrix's feet. This vortex-like curtain existed in the form of a phantom, and its appearance was somewhat like a rotating water flow, which was extremely strange. As soon as a vortex appeared, Hendrix was startled. He had already deeply felt the powerful gravitational force of the vortex. This was one of the abilities of the 9th level Stardust Weapon Chain Demon, Hell Soul Lock. To deal with Hendrix, Li Ming specially strengthened the suction of the vortex, and even with the naked eye, he could see the black lines falling into it little by little, as if the space was being sucked into it. As soon as he felt the gravity, Hend immediately realized that the situation was not good, and he moved his body to prepare to fly high. Although the gravity was strong enough, Hendrix's purple lightning was also a high density energy. He wanted to forcefully fly away from here, and this gravity could not stop him. With a flash of purple light, Hendrix's figure soared into the air. Although he got rid of the gravity of the vortex, his speed was greatly reduced, several times slower than before. Seeing that the other party was about to escape, Li Ming did not care. Instead, he looked up at the sky and saw a dark and slowly falling. A huge black sphere fell from the sky. It was the meteorite transformed by the Chain Demon. The falling meteorite is one of the abilities of the Chain Demon. When he was on the alien planet, Li Ming knew its power very well. At this time, he naturally wanted to let the other party feel the power of this thing. The huge phantom meteorite fell from the sky, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, covering the sky and the earth. Under the shadow, everyone was timid. The aliens under the surrounding buildings dared not stay where they were. They turned around and ran away, ready to escape from here. Hendrix felt a pressure coming down from the sky. He had no time to react. He raised his hands above his head. Purple lightning jumped and flashed, and when it came into contact with the phantom meteorite, it made a sharp sound of crackling. The phantom meteorite, which was originally falling rapidly, slowed down instantly under the power of purple lightning, but it still couldn't stop falling slowly. Bang! A huge sound was heard, and the purple light and the black light of the meteorite suddenly produced huge fluctuations, and the surrounding space also trembled. The gravity of the vortex, coupled with the falling force of the phantom meteorite, made Hendrix unable to resist any longer, and his body moved closer to the ground little by little. Hendrix is a power civilization. The strong civilization foundation has forged his strong body and powerful strength. These foundations are naturally not comparable to Li Ming, but despite this, the momentum of falling is irreversible. The 3 points in the vortex suddenly rippled, as if something was about to rise from the water. After a few seconds, 3 thick chains rose from the vortex, like 3 arms rushing straight to Hendrix in the air. Hendrix was struggling to resist the phantom meteorite, but his expression changed, and his eyes turned downward. The 3 chains were close to him. He saw that the chains were about to wrap around him, but he had no way to stop them. After 3 snap, snap, snap sounds, Hendrix's body was entangled by the 3 chains. Although the chains were phantoms, he could still feel his body tightened, and the energy in his body solidified instantly, as if the chains had locked up his energy. Sure enough, the purple lightning on Hendrix's body weakened instantly, and the meteorite accelerated its falling speed. At the same time, the 3 chains tightened, as if they were going to pull Hendrix into the vortex. At this time, Hendrix could no longer remain calm. He looked flustered and at a loss, looking at the phantom of the meteorite above his head and then at the vortex on the ground. Hendrix was suddenly startled, as if he had suddenly realized something, and his eyes immediately turned to Li Ming. Chain demon. You. How do you have a chain demon? Hendrix glanced at Li Ming's position and said so. Li Ming said nothing. His expression did not change at all, but the right hand that activated the chain demon suddenly increased the energy injection. As a result, the 3 chains pulled back to the vortex faster, and at the same time, the phantom meteorite in the air also accelerated. In a moment, Hendrix had returned to the ground again, and his feet stepped into the vortex, just like stepping into a shallow beach, and the soles and insteps of his feet were instantly swallowed by the vortex. No, this can't be. Hendrix suddenly roared hoarsely, and the purple lightning on his body suddenly strengthened a little bit, but it was no longer helpful, and he could no longer stop his body from falling. It was like entering a swamp, and his calves and knees disappeared in the vortex bit by bit. Chapter 248, Battle of Destruction. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of bodies passing through the air was heard. On the ground and buildings around Hendrix, figures fell from the sky one after another. These people were on the outer edge of the meteorite shadow and the vortex, and each of them was a 9th level. These figures immediately attracted Hendrix's attention. He looked around and finally stopped his eyes on one person. Ebel. At this time, Hendrix was still struggling with all his strength. The vortex had completely swallowed him below the waist. It was only a matter of time before he sank into it. The 9th level civilizations that came were the people led by Ebel. Seeing Hendrix about to die, Ebel's expression was indifferent. Hender, for all the civilizations in our outer system, the only way out is to enter the 1st level civilization. There can't be an eternal overlord in the outer system. Abel said calmly, and turned his eyes to Li Ming while speaking, and continued, the other 2 teams are about to arrive. Thank you for joining us. Li Ming's mood was a bit complicated at this time. He looked at Abel, and then looked at the others, without saying a word. After all, to enter the middle system, he still needed the cooperation of these people, even though Li Ming already hated these aliens. But at this moment, a ball of fire fell from the sky, like a comet across the sky, and smashed towards this place. This fireball was not big, about 5 or 6 meters in diameter, but it was very fast. The firelight was just seen at the previous glance, and the next moment the fireball was already close to this place. Without time to think, Li Ming could only jump away, and the other 9th levels did not hesitate to hide in the distance. Boom. A huge sound was heard, and the flames shot up into the sky. The flames spread out. In just a blink of an eye, the construction area within a few kilometers was engulfed in flames. The falling meteorite had been disconnected from Li Ming's consciousness, and Hender was in the center of the flames, so he couldn't see clearly whether the other party had been swallowed by the vortex. The flames were raging, and the high temperature continued to rise into the air. At this time, even above this area, it would be unbearable because of the high temperature. Li Ming and other 9th level people could only fly far away from the flame area. The aliens in the construction area who didn't have time to escape kept screaming shrilly, and some were even surrounded by flames. These residents were not of high level, and naturally most of them could not escape death under such high temperatures. Li Ming looked up, narrowed his eyes, and looked in the direction where the flames came from. In the sun, an alien was floating in the air, with a grey cloak fluttering behind him. The person coming was Hatfield. It's Hatfield. Bullet exclaimed and said worriedly. Li Ming still had a calm demeanor, and his eyes were also looking at the other party, and the electromagnetic bird he had placed in the sky before was nowhere to be seen. Hatfield held the snake-headed scepter tightly in his right hand, and first looked at the position where Hendrix was, which was surrounded by flames, and then turned his eyes to look at Li Ming and others. He raised his right hand high, raised the scepter above his head, and said coldly, "For those civilizations who want to enter the middle system, today is the day when your fantasy ends. The flames of interstellar war are about to ignite the entire bearded star. Feel this destruction, stupid guys who try to challenge advanced civilizations." As soon as the voice fell, a giant spaceship pressed down from space. It was the H-type spaceship of the clone star. The previous semicircular spaceship had already flown above the flames. A blue beam of light shot out from the bottom of the spaceship until it reached the flames. This blue light was the transmission ladder. Li Ming's eyes turned immediately, and he saw a black shadow slowly rising with the blue beam of light, and finally entered the semicircular spaceship. With his eyes focused, he recognized it at once. The figure was Hendrix. The blue beam of light disappeared, and a white electromagnetic wave suddenly appeared at the bottom of the semicircular spaceship. Not good. Li Ming was the first to exclaim when he saw the electromagnetic wave. He didn't have time to think about it, and his figure turned and flew away, actually escaping from here directly. The other 9th level aliens also saw that the situation was not good, and they began to flee far away. At this moment, the low-level alien residents on the ground were screaming one after another. Some aliens even flew into the sky on aircraft, intending to escape from here. In just a blink of an eye, the construction area had become a mess, and fleeing figures and aircraft could be seen everywhere. At this time, the giant semicircular spaceship in the sky suddenly trembled slightly, and the electromagnetic waves at its bottom had condensed. A light sound was heard, and a thick electromagnetic wave shot down from the bottom of the spaceship until it reached the construction area on the ground, and suddenly a strong high temperature and shock wave swept away. Under this powerful shock wave and high temperature, the building was directly turned into powder, and those aliens who didn't have time to escape were instantly baked into nothingness by the high temperature. The scene was like the site of a nuclear bomb explosion, but the shock wave caused by this power only spread along the ground and did not develop to the sky, which made the shock wave push around like a water ripple ring. Wherever it passed, everything turned into powder, without any life. Although Li Ming was in the air, he could not escape the impact of the shock wave. His flying body seemed to be pushed by some force and quickly drifted away. The attack and destruction caused by the semicircular spacecraft continued, and the H-type spacecraft at a higher altitude also began to move. The hatches on both sides of the giant spacecraft suddenly opened one by one. The hatches opened vertically, on the side of the giant spacecraft. On the side of the spacecraft that was tens of kilometers long, there were tens of thousands of hatches opened. Each hatch was only more than 20 meters long and wide, divided into 2 layers of crisscrossing upper and lower layers. After the hatches were fully opened, each hatch flashed with a faint light, and then the sound of whoosh 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 came one after another. The small black H-type spacecraft flew out one after another like bees from a hive. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was already densely packed with countless small spaceships. These spaceships were not large in size, but each was similar to an independent fighter jet. As soon as they were dispatched, they flew towards Li Ming and other 9th level civilizations. The shock wave just now gradually subsided in the sky, and Li Ming's figure also stabilized. 1/3 of the buildings in the construction area disappeared under this wave of attacks. Seeing this, Li Ming's expression immediately became serious. He turned his head back, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face instantly became ugly. In the distance behind Li Ming, countless small spaceships swarmed in, and the scene was completely like a world war. Seeing this, Li Ming's eyes widened a little, and he dared not stay for a moment. He accelerated his flying speed, and flew straight into the distance. Li Ming and other 9th level civilizations dispersed at the same time, flying to different directions and places. Dispersed actions are the most likely to escape. As an ordinary life form, the flying speed is naturally not comparable to those aircraft. When he turned his head, he saw more than a dozen aircrafts had already arrived above him, which was within his reach. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and the green light on his body was bright. The green shadow flame completely wrapped Li Ming, and at the same time, a faint golden light began to appear around Li Ming's body, which was the magic shield. At this time, some buildings that looked like buses suddenly emerged from the ground. As soon as these buildings appeared, they turned their bodies into cannons and raised them to the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of lasers shot out from them, which was a counterattack against those small spacecrafts. The building area was not completely destroyed. Fighting spacecrafts began to fly out of some buildings. This was all prepared by the residents here for the battles that might happen at any time. They were divided by race, and they would definitely fight back against the aliens who offended them. Blue lasers continued to shoot out from the foundation barrels inside and outside the buildings. In the sky, blue lasers continued to pass through the alien spacecrafts, and sometimes a spacecraft would be hit. The sound of boom continued to ring out, and the spacecraft that was hit exploded directly in the air into pieces. The flames and the debris of the explosion splashed everywhere, and the blue lasers continued to spray like raindrops, densely packed. The construction area cooperated with the ground-based artillery to instantly block an area of airspace, but after a moment, the spacecraft in the air also launched a counterattack, and red lasers began to shoot down from the spacecraft. The blue and red lasers began to intersect each other in the air. The roaring explosions and the flames after the explosions continued to be heard from the ground and the air. Hart's airship turned the tide of the battle in a few seconds and took control of the situation in an instant. A large number of buildings and ground-based weapons were destroyed, and those spacecraft that were just about to take off were instantly engulfed by red lasers. Chapter 249, Merchant Dali. Li Ming had no time to pay attention to the situation in the distance. The dozen or so spaceships behind him were the most critical. Red light flashed, and lasers like raindrops fell quickly from the sky, targeting Li Ming. The golden light under the magic shield was like an umbrella above Li Ming's body. As soon as the red light touched the golden shield, it turned into circles of ripples and disappeared. Compared with Li Ming's energy, the attacks of these spaceships were indeed much weaker. But after all, there were only a dozen of them. If they were besieged by hundreds or more spaceships, Li Ming might not be able to withstand such a dense attack. While continuing to fly far away, thinking about countermeasures, the golden shield on his back kept resisting attacks for Li Ming. A group of blue and white electromagnetic waves had condensed in his right hand. His head occasionally turned back to look at the sky. Now Li Ming was just waiting for an opportunity. Continuing to fly, a construction area not far away appeared in his eyes. The construction area covers a large area, twice as large as the assembly camp. It is a new camp, but the styles of these buildings are not uniform. Some are long and thin, like human arms, some are round, and some are even large cubes. Although the appearance of these buildings is different, the color stripes on the buildings are similar, just like a unique logo, all yellow and blue. At this time, a small spaceship was flying slowly at the edge of these construction areas. This spaceship was not big, and the size was similar to those spaceships chasing Li Ming, but the color stripes on the surface of the spaceship were the same as those buildings, all yellow and blue. In the small spaceship, an alien who was only 1 meter tall sat in the cabin and looked at the screen in front of him. The alien had a big head, like a basketball, and there were 2 soft horns on his head, which looked like a snail's head at first glance. And next to him stood 2 aliens who were nearly 2 meters tall. King Dali, this is our border. Everything is fine, nothing unusual. The alien standing on Dali's left bowed and said, looking at the peaceful scene at the border of the construction area. Dali nodded his background head slightly and uttered a satisfied HMM. And said at the same time, it's quite chaotic on the planet Bidit. Dalton, Damian, you must pay more attention to public security. After all, we have a lot of industries here. Dalton, who had spoken earlier, immediately bowed again and replied solemnly, don't worry, King Dali. Since I took charge of public security here, there has never been any incident. As soon as Dalton finished speaking, an object passed by the front of the spaceship. The surface of the object was shining with golden light, and the inside was wrapped in cyan flames. However, it was too fast and passed by, so it was impossible to see clearly. Dali opened his eyes wide in surprise, turned his head to look at Dalton, and asked, "What was that fancy thing just now?" Dalton was also confused, and he couldn't figure out what monster that just flashed by, but the next second, several red lasers flew over, some directly hitting Dallas' spaceship, and some passing by the side of the spaceship. A buzzing sound was heard, and the spaceship trembled slightly. The defense shield on the surface of the spaceship had been activated. The red laser turned into weak ripples as soon as it hit it, and did not cause any damage to the spaceship. However, the impact of energy still made the spaceship tremble constantly. After a burst of sound, more than a dozen spaceships flew by from all sides, and the information was immediately displayed on the screen inside the spaceship. Dallas' lips opened slightly, occasionally revealing a mouthful of teeth, and the muscles under his eyes twitched. His eyes turned to look at Dalton on the side with his head turning. "Dalton, what's going on?" Dali roared angrily, and his body stood up. When he spoke, his mouth opened wide, as if he wanted to eat Dalton. However, at this moment, there was a sudden roar outside, and Dali immediately turned his eyes back to the screen. At this time, Li Ming was standing in the sky, and the electromagnetic wave in his hand had been released. With a smile on his face, his palm stretched out straight, and the electromagnetic wave was not thrown out, but released from Li Ming's palm in the form of a chain. After hitting one spaceship, the electromagnetic wave immediately refracted to another spaceship. In a moment, all the spaceships were connected, just like when Li Ming killed the monsters on the alien planet. Electromagnetic wave chain, it really works wonders against these things. Li Ming looked at the spaceship in the air, and said to himself proudly. As he said this, his right hand suddenly clenched tightly, and the sound of boom 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 came out one after another. These small spaceships were instantly blown up, and turned into flames, and fell to the ground. Dali also saw this scene. He looked at Li Ming in surprise, and couldn't believe what he saw. The debris of the spaceship after the explosion kept falling from the sky, and the burning debris was like a rain of fire. After all this was over, Dali's spaceship had quietly approached. Li Ming turned his eyes to look at the small spaceship, and a message soon came out from it, as if someone was talking in Li Ming's ear. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the spaceship more seriously, thinking, technological civilization? After receiving the other party's information, Li Ming's expression did not move. After Li Ming agreed, the small spaceship began to approach Li Ming. While the two were talking, there was a roar in the sky again, and the semicircular spaceship began to slowly approach this side. At the same time, a fierce spaceship battle had begun in the sky over there. Abel and others were all high-level people from various galaxies, and they naturally had their own camps on the bidded star. Once an interstellar war broke out, it would not be a personal duel between high-level civilizations, but more of a weapon of war. The combat spaceships of various camps took off one after another to deal with the spaceships from Hatfield and Hendricks. Various spaceships started a fierce competition in the sky, explosions continued to sound, and spaceships were shot down every moment. This kind of air combat scene was something Li Ming had never seen before. Li Ming's position was still relatively remote, but Li Ming's narrowed eyes had already noticed something wrong. His position was definitely under the control of those large spaceships, but why there were no small spaceships to continue to besiege was unknown. Li Ming and Ali had a relatively harmonious conversation, but the fierce battle in the distance also directly affected this place. Dali's small spaceship landed on the top of a huge building on the ground, and Li Ming also came to the top of this building. As the hatch opened, Dali's petite figure slowly walked down the spaceship, turned around and looked at the battle situation in the distance, frowned slightly, but soon turned back to look at Li Ming and said, "I see that your move just now is also extraordinary. Why don't you be my bodyguard?" Li Ming's eyes rolled, revealing a puzzled look, but after hesitating for a moment, he chuckled twice and said, "Forget about the bodyguard, but a partner is okay." Li Ming had an expression of thinking about something else. Of course, there was a reason for saying this. Under Li Ming's wise eyes, the information of this man named Dali had been completely mastered by Li Ming. Dali, a free businessman, was born in a scientific and technological civilization. Li Ming had no way of finding out the specific galaxy. He was a 9th level civilization and wandered anywhere in the outer system. His main identity was an independent businessman. It can be said that he was there wherever there was profit. The most important thing is that Dali has also accumulated a huge amount of wealth by his own business means. Although it is a business group on the surface, its overall strength is not something that ordinary galaxy civilizations can resist. After hearing what Li Ming said, Dali showed interest, but after looking Li Ming up and down again, his expression changed. He snorted and said, "Partner, do you know my strength? The ones who cooperate with me are all galaxies with high-level civilizations. As for individuals, forget it. I don't care about those petty profits." Dali said proudly, and he really looked down on Li Ming. Li Ming also had a confident expression and replied, "Whether you have the strength or not, I will show you something, and you will know." While speaking, Li Ming turned his right hand, and a pill appeared in his hand. The surface of this pill was flashing, and the energy aura was scattered. It was the extremely precious nebula pill. The value of the nebula pill is naturally needless to say. Dali, who has been in the business world for a long time, recognized it at a glance. Chapter 250, Temporarily Avoiding the Spotlight. "This is nebula pill?" Dali blurted out in surprise as he looked at the pill in Li Ming's hand. Li Ming smiled and showed a proud look. However, Dali's expression immediately changed, and he laughed lightly and said, "Although nebula pill is valuable, what's the use of this one? It's no different from those personal trading ships." Li Ming heard the meaning of this sentence, and at the same time, Li Ming's discerning eyes also saw what he wanted. Dali didn't dislike the nebula pill itself, but disliked the pills, because there were too few. Li Ming then hummed softly, clenched his right hand and opened it, and the original nebula pill immediately turned into 5 nebula pills. This made Dali suddenly open his eyes wide, and even his mouth opened a little, and his eyeballs kept spinning in his eye sockets. At this time, the look in his eyes, when examining Li Ming, had changed greatly, and he looked at Li Ming, as if he had seen a treasure. When Dali was about to say something, there was a sudden buzzing sound in the sky, and a huge semicircular spaceship had actually approached, and came to the top of this building area. Dali didn't say anything else, and looked up at the sky. Dalton, who was standing next to Dali, leaned over and whispered, "It's Hendrix. Do you want to talk to him alone?" Dali frowned, and his eyes seemed to be thinking about something. After looking at Li Ming again, he turned to look at another 9th level Damien and said, "Damien, this is my guest. Take him to my VIP room." After giving such instructions, Dali looked at Li Ming with a smile and said, "You can go to my VIP room first. I will talk to you about this cooperation alone later." Li Ming smiled slightly, glanced at the semicircular spaceship in the sky, nodded slightly, and said, "Okay." Seeing that Li Ming agreed, Dali smiled with satisfaction, and then Li Ming left the place under the leadership of Damien. After watching Li Ming leave, Dali's face changed immediately, and he looked at the sky with a stern expression. He moved back to his small spaceship, saying, "What does Hendrix mean by coming to me?" Dalton shook his head and said nothing, knowing nothing about it. The screen in the cabin of the small spaceship turned on again. Dali raised his hand and tapped it. The light flashed, and a new picture appeared on the screen. The connection with Hendrix had been established, and the person who appeared on the picture was Hendrix. The two recognized each other as soon as they met. "Dali, hand over that man," Hendrix said angrily, as soon as they met. This confused Dali. He leaned back, glanced at him with disdain, and said, "Hendrix, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Why do you say something inexplicable when we just meet?" Hendrix's eyes suddenly widened a little, and his whole face slowly approached the screen. He opened his mouth and said clearly word by word, "You know who I'm talking about, the guy who just ran into your place. Today I only want him. If you don't hand him over, I will destroy your camp. Yo yo yo. I'm really scared to death, Hendrix. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. To be precise, in the entire outer system, there is no one or galaxy that I'm afraid of," Dali said coldly. Hendrix didn't say anything immediately after hearing this, but just stared at the screen fiercely. With a muffled sound of pop, the connection was disconnected, and the screen suddenly went dark. Dalton looked at Dali with some worry at this moment. After hesitating for a while, he said, King Dali, you are in conflict with Hendrix for 5 nebula pills, isn't this? Dali rolled his eyes, glanced at Dalton with contempt, and said, what do you know? 5 nebula pills are rare even for powerful galaxy forces, not to mention that guy just now. And, why did Hendrix want this person alone? Dali roared angrily. Dalton was still confused, and after shaking his head slightly, he didn't understand the reason. Dali's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes staring blankly at the screen in front of him, and said, so, there is only one possibility, that is, this guy has the ability to refine pills, which can explain why he has so many nebula pills, and it can also explain why Hendrix is so anxious to ask for this person. Refine pills. Dalton opened his eyes wide and wide, and his surprised expression seemed to be unable to believe what Dali said. Dali was just guessing, and his calm expression seemed to have his own ideas. After hesitating for a while, he said, go, notify the combat department to be ready. If this Hender dares to challenge me, I will teach him a lesson. You keep an eye on him. I will go meet that guy first. Yes, King Dali. Dalton bowed his head, turned around and walked away quickly. However, in the giant semicircular spaceship in the sky, Hendrix was standing quietly in front of the operating table, with an extremely ugly expression. There were 2 people standing in front of the operating table, one fat and one thin. They looked the same as Hender, and they were both 9th level civilizations. The fat guy named Egan looked at Hendrix and said, Hartfield has been besieged by multiple civilizations, and asked about our situation. Hendrix's thoughts were interrupted, and his eyes turned to Egan. He just glanced at him, and then looked at the console, saying coldly, the chain demon ball was originally the weapon of Hatfield's brother Hawk. Now it appears in the hands of others. Doesn't this guy have anything to explain? Tell him. I have something important to deal with here. Hendrix had just said half of his words, when a blue light flashed on the console. A phantom image was formed under the weaving of the blue light. It was a figure. Hendrix's face darkened instantly when he saw this image. This figure was Hatfield. This kind of projection of a figure is more vivid than the screen. It is an unusual way of contact. Although it is more real, it has stricter control over the performance and energy of the spacecraft, and it can be forced into without the consent of the other party when connecting. The blue light on the console was the figure of Hatfield. He turned his eyes and looked directly at Hendrix. Hender, what are you doing? Why don't you send out your troops? Hatfield was full of dissatisfaction as soon as he opened his mouth. Hendrix looked at him coldly and said, Hart, I have sent you the information of the Able Joint team. There is a person in it who I need to pay special attention to, so I will not participate in the interstellar war for the time being. Also, don't you want to give me an explanation about the chain demon sphere? Hatfield's expression was serious at first, but he quickly regained his composure and said, Hender, don't forget, I saved you just now. It's not appropriate to talk about the chain demon now. Hender stared at the shadow on the console, and after a moment of silence, he waved his arm and forcibly closed the connection. After doing all this, Hender glanced at Egan beside him and said, destroy Dallas camp. Egan hesitated for a moment, but soon saluted and replied, yes. After the order was issued, the semicircular spaceship in the sky began to move and came to the sky above Dallas camp little by little. A huge hatch opened at the bottom of the spaceship, and starlight flashed inside, and energy began to gather. At this moment, in the H-type spaceship in the distance, Hatfield came to the operating table with a scepter, and kept looking at it. After a moment, he turned around and said, Canali, mobilize all the troops, and prepare to occupy the Bidded Star. Yes, King of France. Canali, a 9th level civilization, answered Hard and turned away. Hart's eyes returned to the operating table, and he saw that the operating table was covered with light spots, and the red and blue aircraft were fighting each other. The red and blue light spots were the small spaceships of the clone stars and the spaceships of other galaxies. The two fought fiercely in the vast airspace, and the sound of explosions and attacks continued to come. Most of these civilized galaxies that had long lived on the planet Bidded are civilizations that declined after forcing their way into the central system. Their overall strength is relatively weak, and even if multiple civilizations unite, it is difficult to deal with Hatfield's powerful troops. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.